We are back. Do some more coding to continue on from yesterday. I think we got to a really good space where we were actually using a good convention for our testing. So let's check the streams. I think I also corrected the volume was a little bit low at the beginning. I've since cranked that up. Hopefully it's not too loud. I'm going to keep the microphone away from me a little bit with a slightly bigger distance here to make sure I don't clip. However, you can still hear me quite well. So anyway, let me know how things are on your end for listening to this. And let's review what we got to last time, because that was quite good. I think we can really understand the test runner in event sourcing solutions. So we really have three ways of testing the two different slices. One of the reasons we don't have two methods of testing for one of the types of slices is because there is no exception handling, and how you show exceptions on a timeline is slightly different. It affects the timeline a little bit, but one of the important points was that in the convention that we use up here to the right, I'm going to try a drawing tool today just to see how that goes for a drawing. So as you can see, we have a test runner that accepts for each test a given set of events. So up here we would have this as a given set of events, and then we would have a check of when we do a command, and then we do an assert against an expected event. And so where are those represented? Well, they're represented right here. So in this case, let's say we're trying to test this command here, whether we can provide this ID. Our setup in the given would be here in these previous events. And in fact, that is not entirely true. It would really only be the events. So that exception would be left out. We would be looking at strictly these here. And so that would be our given. So that's a G. Given this history, when, and this is where a W here that we showed, when we try to do this command, the result of that command is tested against this. This is our expected then. So that's our T. So this is kind of how that maps to here. And we can show where that is in code. In fact, maybe we should just split the editor here in half. So let's see here. Split this editor in half. Split down. And so we can look at this given when then syntax here. You notice here that we are actually looking at a structure of our tests. They are organized by an array of all the slices. So all of these things are an event model. These are slices up here that we're testing. So here we're testing this. On the left, we're testing that. Here are all the different permutations of data that could happen. So let's take a look at where that's actually invoked. So if we look at this structure here, when we actually get to a particular checkpoint, and these checkpoints are really the rows in here. So if I look here, actually that's not an entire row. So this is an entire row here on a timeline. See, the timeline is this red arrow down here. Sorry, not red arrow. This black arrow here on the side. So each of these rows is a checkpoint. It could also be a note, slight misalignment here, but that's okay. So each of these rows means something. And as we move through the timeline, we can gather events. And this one too, right? So here we're not gathering an event. We're just testing this with a given that's empty. So there is nothing. There's no given. But when we do this, then we expect this exception here. So hopefully that explains how we're using this test framework. And the idea is as you go through each row of these in a timeline, each of these rows builds up a history right, of these events. And where this buildup of history is really over on this side here, where you look at, first of all, we're going to a collection of the slices and the timelines. But within the timeline, we're no longer doing for each. We're not simply looking at each row in isolation. We're looking at each checkpoint, which is that row here that we highlighted, and we're adding certain things to its history. This accumulator is really adding to an array of the previous things that happened. So for example, here, if we got to this row, this test would be based on this entire history. And one of the things that we changed yesterday is that we consider the history the previous rows for the given state. Whereas before we were counting everything. Let's clear this up again. The previous convention was for the state view, we would say, okay, given all of this history, you know, this particular state view shows this. So we had this kind of convention of going all the way down and then to the left. And that wasn't really compatible with the way that we were looking at the given thens. So we would have slightly different test runner, and where we got to with the code is that we'd have to you know, make a decision of whether we add the event to the previous you know, before we actually execute the test, so that we keep the history without the current event for here, because then we're testing this, so we don't want this event in the history, but we do want to pass it on. So you know, this event would then be treated as a then, given when then, so it would be the thing that we assert on. But over here, we don't have an active when. This is passive, so this is given and only then. We would have a slightly different approach. So this was kind of clumsy. So now what we have is a convention where we always look at the previous rows as containing the history for testing this row. So the given is always in the previous rows if these events exist, right? Sometimes we skip them. Sometimes we have something like on this side here, we have an exception, and we don't actually do anything for that because it's not written to the ledger. So hopefully now this looks a little bit better. So let's just investigate a little bit more, because we have this let me just expand this a little bit, so we have a little bit more to view here. So these are the three, I think there they are. Okay, right. So we have really three ways that that this acts. So down here we have the green boxes being checked. So get rid of my microphone's kind of in the way here. Still gotta make some adjustments to my setup as I now use the tablet more. But okay, so let's take a look at down here what we actually have. This is the state view test. So I have these identified here, and this is testing the exception for oh, okay, let's see, I don't have enough here. Let's just make this a little bit larger so we can see the other if statement. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I think this should be enough to show what we're doing here. So okay, so we have three things that we have to do. And this if else is clumsy. I want to see if we can make a better test runner that kind of doesn't have this structure. But you can see that we're either testing a command or we're testing state, right? So we're testing either a green box or we're testing a command here, depending on if we're doing a state change slice or a state view slice. However, notice that there's another split in if here. We can either test a success or an exception when we change state. So an attempt to change state can actually have a problem. Some validation rules can fail. It can also fail you know, in other ways, even for environmental reasons, like being out of disk space or something. So anyway, because changing state requires the addition of something to our stream of events, we can certainly have a failure. So what does that look like? So we have three ways of testing these scenarios. And one of them here is this. Let's start bottom up because it's easier to explain this one. This is very simple. It's given some previous history, which we pass in as a array of events. Then we can look at the state of some projection. This can be an invoice. This can be, you know, yeah, any. Let me just see. We are getting some. Okay, so Pilot Bob has some feedback that it still feels awkward. It does, but it feels less awkward than it did before. So let's see why this actually will work. Yeah, they're trying to have some other things with whens, etc. But I think we're gonna stick to this because I've done things the other way for a long time, and it still worked, and I think this is an improvement. So I think there is this natural thing. If you've been involved in the behavior-driven development thing, Cucumber, etc., you're really kind of wondering where is the when. We do have a when, and it's like when we look at this green box. Some people think that. I really don't. I think having a custom way to run tests for event source solutions is the proper way to change things. We shouldn't be changing event sourcing to fit the traditional model. We should look at the way that we were doing these things before and changing them to make event sourcing the default, because that makes better sense. So what does that look like? That means if I'm testing this one up here, I have no events, right? So there's nothing here, which means this gives me my default view. If I'm testing this one here, then my history is this single event here. Right? If I'm testing this one, then I have the accumulation of all of these here going in to show me what this is supposed to do, and so on. So we really have this everything before, and this folds to the bottom right. And again, the reason this works is that we have this accumulation of these events happening. So let's clear this mess that I drew up here, and let's just scroll a little bit more down here and show that at the end here, this is the important code that I want you to look at here is, well, let's make sure that we are editing here. Okay, so this part here, if we have in this checkpoint, well, maybe some others, I do get the accumulation. Okay, yeah, so Pilot Bob understands that, yeah, this reduce with accumulator, why this is just not a for each. It's because we want to pass as the context to the next row that we're going through on the timeline the previous things. And just for people that are not familiar with the syntax or whatever, if our current checkpoint has an event, in other words, we do have one of these things here, and this is important for testing this side because some of these are exceptions and they're not events. So this if statement will fail here. We're not making an accumulation of the checkpoints. We're only making an accumulation of events should they exist, as you can see on the other side. So this is where things get pushed, and we return the accumulator to be used in the test, in the next row's test. And of course, that accumulator has this collection of events, which is empty at the beginning. So in the reducer, the last parameter is the default that we start with, and on it goes. So yeah, I know for some of you that are experienced developers, this is old hat, and that's fine, but we really want to be inclusive to explain everything to everyone. And so, yeah, when we go into this timeline here where we're actually reducing things, right at this point where we're going through each checkpoint, we are now passing as a given all of these events. And on this side, we're switching to this side here because this is the command test, right? And we're testing success. Oops, let's not erase that. So testing success, which means that we have an event on that row, right? So here's the event on that row. And we double check that we didn't actually make an exception. And this is why I wanted to show the other code to kind of bring this point home. I guess this is because I'm using such a large font, it's hard to really show two things at once on the screen, but anyway, let me attempt it. So if I go over here and show an actual test for, state changes, you can see how these, for example, for an exception, this is really this part here is defined as this, no request found, and our test command is here. So we want to generate a new unique ID, right? And our test basically has as a convention our event history, the command, and the exception. So, looking at this lower one, this would mean that our given, our event history, and I should actually just call it events. I was refactoring this, and I should refactor that as well. I like to give it shorter names. So event history is not needed. So this list, this array of events that's happened over here, is the given, and it is passed in as a parameter to, oh, actually, sorry, that's not correct. We actually go all the way down here. So we take all of these events here. My drawing is atrocious. Okay, so all of these events here, when we're testing this here, get passed as the given, and when we try to attempt to do this command, we then have this exception, right? So we have a problem, and so that's how we specify it. But down here, if I scroll down to here, when we test the exception, so we're testing the exception here, and we have a checkpoint.exception being passed in. We have a checkpoint command, and we have the history. So all those things that I identified on the right, they have a place, and they're getting pulled out from these three these two here. The accumulator gives you the third one, right? So we really don't have the third. So we have the outcome, the then, and then we have the when, so the action, the command. But down below, this accumulator is what's doing our given. It's getting that array of events that's really used down here. And so that's how we can always set up the world that we want, test what we need, and then assert that we got something returned that we expected. So typical given when then fashion. So yeah, let's now that we've seen how this how these tests are shaped, we can see that these let's see what's another one here. This is state view, right? So state view, the green ones, obviously they just say, what is the state here? That is, again, just trying to show that we're testing what's in here. As input, we have the history from the previous rows going into here. And in this case, if we look at that, we only have a given then. And that's quite important. This is the problem that people have, that this doesn't have the traditional GWT, right? That is not what we're doing here. We don't want this. We just want, given some things have happened in the history, then this view looks like that. There is no action. This is very important in looking at event sourced systems, that you are really not there to throw an exception. Now, if you have unexpected history that you're trying to project and you don't know how to do something, you don't throw an exception. You can have another entry. These green boxes are really, they can be anything you want. They could be a little graph. One of the nodes on the graph could be an error object, you know, and your screen could investigate that error object and pop up a toast notification that, yeah, this is your invoice, but you also have maybe an unapplied discount because you somehow managed to use an expired coupon or something or whatever. So there's ways to, you know, take unexpected history and kind of add some annotations that you can have as things. But in terms of control and flow of the program execution, you should never be throwing things in there. And maybe, you know, an isolated piece of the implementation here, you might have a try catch that will kind of help you withstand some of these things. So okay, yeah, for business people, right? If we ignore the code, right, we're here doing a coding thing, but for business people, is this notation going to be, you know, confusing for people? I think if we keep it simple, we won't be confused. I think that you have to look also at, you know, the greater sort of view of all this. If I expand it, why am I not able to expand this? Oh, because I'm expanding something else in here. Okay. Oh, Dryo, look at that. I guess I could expand this up here, so I'm not grabbing that. Look at that thing. Get out of here. Well, now, okay, I'm grabbing the right thing now. Interesting. So yeah, if we zoom out, and why are business people confused by this? I don't know. I don't think they would be. If you look at the overall workflow, this is very simple for a business person to follow. If we use this, let's pretend that this is an invoice. And they say, okay, Adam, that's great. An invoice is displayed here. But, you know, how are you dealing with discounts and tax exemptions and, you know, all sorts of different things. So I say, well, what kind of scenarios can you paint me to show me what you mean about this invoice and how it can be shown? Well, let's look at an example timeline with multiple, you know, different items being added to your invoice with different pricing schemes and all sorts of things, and we can see how this evolves. Oh, why is this not reflected here? Oh, business person, it's because these things only look at what happened in the past, and this is a timeline. Oh, okay. Does that make sense, Pilot Bob? Why we would tell the business person that, you know, something here is just focusing on, you know, all of these things here, and, you know, the current view is this, and we kind of keep rolling this down and do that, and then we can say that, well, you know, when you want to apply a coupon, we have the same thing here. And so this is why we always look at the past, because, you know, if you want to apply a coupon, again, I'm changing the business domain here just to have something easier to understand. Our history is here of what happened in terms of our history with the coupons. And I want to apply a coupon, and it says, okay, yeah, cool. You applied the coupon. You passed the business rules. This is cool. And we kind of put it on the timeline here. So we have this workflow, right, where we kind of go through the history, and we zap to the right to say how we're going to apply the coupon, and then we go here and we say, yeah, that's cool, it worked, and so that's all right. And so they kind of get used to the flow now. If they continue to work with us, the business person will say, okay, for the next slices, I can understand that here we have my invoice and that I'm looking at what happened, and I'm asserting that this is what's going on here, and I'm good. I like what I see here. And that for this next one, I extend this to here. And again, I look at the history and I say, okay, I like what I see here. This is, if I add another item to the invoice, this is my total. That's good. So I think I like this. The setup is always the previous rows. I think a business person will always understand. So if you're talking about a current row being somewhere here, our setup is always everything that happened before, right? And we can just kind of like ignore this, right, for this one, because we understand that this is currently being added while my invoice shows this. I think it's an easier explanation. Yeah, the left and right are sort of different. I think because we do have 3 components to the one on the right, and we have only 2 components to the left. So I don't know how to resolve that. We already looked at making, we have some sparse issues here, right? We have the idea that some of these things we don't want to test. Like, we want to leave this blank. We don't want to generate extra tests. Even the business person will get bored of like, yeah, I understand. We already kind of had this unique ID requested here and it's working or whatever. I don't want to have another one here. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Maybe it doesn't have an issue. And likewise here, we may have some sparse things here. Obviously, we do have a lot of sparse things because we are only worried about when we are putting the item that we're creating on the timeline. And even then, sometimes we don't want to do that. I could put another conf ID provided in here and not put a command to the right. And I'm just going to say that we're not testing that at this point. It is relevant history. If you're thinking of aggregates, we can still do that. But, people understand that, here we're trying to test this state transition. Like, can this processor put this thing into the history? So I expect only these things to be the things that I'm testing out, and my convention is quite easy. And now here's the other thing, is that from an event model, if someone is wanting to have a projection of these timelines to something more standard, you probably could, right? But I think, yeah, so Pilot Bob is agreeing here, and he's not in this, unfortunately, he's not in the live stream chat, so you can't see, you can't see what he's typing because it's in the general chat in Discord. There is a live stream chat, Pilot Bob, so people can see what you're typing. Anyway, if you go to Discord, he's in the general channel, not the live channel. Anyway, and then, yeah, we got to switch tack here to Yordis's stuff because Yordis is here. So anyway, I'm hoping that maybe we just use this as an explanation of what we did yesterday and kind of play around with the markdown, like the little notation tool that I started using here with the pen. So maybe that's going to make it a little bit easier to make things understandable. Now, let's see if I can get Yordis in here and start chatting with him without any feedback on my setup. I've been dealing with sound things lately. So how do you want to do this, Yordis? I guess I'm just going to go to Discord and start chatting with you and see what happens. Discord. Where's Discord? Oh, we're ready. Oh, great. Okay. Sorry, Yordis. I'm going to have to install Discord. New version. 0.77. Always Always something. Seven, I guess. Okay. Alrighty. Installing Discord. Yardis. Okay. Hey, how's it going? I'm gonna try and keep the volume low here, so maybe my mic won't pick up your voice and there won't be any feedback. So hopefully,
My girlfriend here, so like there are kids, so hopefully.
Okay, so I don't think we're getting feedback on you on the stream. Hey? What's that?
Like your sound is really good today. Like I like.
Oh, the new levels for the voice? Okay, good. Yeah, I'm happy. Thanks for your help. Actually, that for the feedback. You're the first one that said you sound way too quiet, and I was just paranoid about getting the clippy voice, right? So, and it's true. Like I looked at a whole bunch of other YouTube streamers. I'm looking at this beautiful view. Oh my goodness! Even though the days are short here, the sun is actually peeking out. It's been raining cats and dogs for the last 12, 16 or more, maybe 24 hours. It's been kind of dreary, but now it looks really nice. That's rare for Vancouver.
It's raining right now there, right? Like a lot.
Oh yeah, no, Vancouver is a temperate rainforest, so we get a lot of rain. I remember, I think it was 2005, we had rain every single day for 3 months straight. It was like December till the end of February. There was not even one day. So I wonder if there's a better integration for Discord and OBS or something. I don't know. I don't want to play around with that. We could do it another day. People can see you now, but can people hear you? I have to go to OBS and make sure that I have an unmuted. There, I think I unmuted you. I think you can now.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
4,
I
5,
think I
6.
see you now. I can hear him. Pilot Bob says I can hear him. Were you able to hear him before?
Yep.
Or is it just now, Pilot Bob?
No. It was now, I believe. I can hear now. All right. So I got working something.
Hey, you want to use the
do
you want to use the live coding thing on GitHub? You can share with me in a browser the coding thing, the coding session, the live the editor in the browser on GitHub. Do you want to do that?
So here's the thing. For Golan, I use IntelliJ.
Oh, you're using IntelliJ. Okay.
Yeah, I got used too much in Golan to click around and like IntelliJ stuff.
Okay. Well, I'll let you drive and we can discuss things. How's that? And thanks, by the way, to everyone that's giving for giving feedback on the stream. Pilot Bob and Sebastian. Sebastian, it must be really late where you are, isn't it? Midnight, but it is Saturday. Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
All right.
So
why don't you share the screen?
I will. Let me...
And Streamer mode is enabled. Usernames have been truncated. Okay, cool. Can I now see this? Why can't I make this
Can
full
you see
screen?
it?
You know, it would be good if OBS had a thing that could show your stream. We gotta figure this out, Eurydice. A lot of people do this, right? So there must be a way to do this.
I mean, you could, yeah, click in that guy and put a full screen for now, I guess. Yeah, click in that guy, and there is a way to pop it out, I think.
Uh-huh. I think I got it. Still kind
There
of
we go.
meh.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's good. Yeah, I want this full screen. Okay, so it's full screen-ish. But it still has all your... Oh, hide members. There we go. Haha! We did it. And there's a little picture of you in the corner. Very nice.
All right.
Can I make you a slightly bigger?
That should be good.
Oh, that's way too big. Okay, better. All right.
All right. First, this is hacky stuff, so don't point anything about it. I'm trying to understand. So the auction situation, right?
Okay, first of all, first question, Eurydice. Where is your draw.io event model at the root of this repository?
Okay, true. I did. Okay, I didn't do it for this one because I don't even know how it's supposed to work, and I'm hacking my way in.
Well, yeah, but we still want to show like if I mean it's gonna take us a bit to like read the events. We still want to draw something. No? Do you want to do Miro? All right, fine. Miro it is.
Yeah.
I gotta get people to like start putting event models at the top of the top of the repo,
well,
right?
I'm trying to find a product and designer that would design me a bunch of screen for an event model tools because yeah, I want to get out of Miro, but I need my
The other problem is that Miro's white background is just like blinding people that are wanting to like watch this. Sorry, Pilot Bob. We'll try to figure it out for the next time. But yeah, the live coding stuff is fun. I've Martin and I tried it a little bit and it worked. So I actually want to, before we continue, Eurydice, with the coding example that I'm going through, we're kind of at the point where we have like an example of all the tests for state views, state changes, processors, and how screens get populated, and basically almost everything that we need. So I'm going to, the last effort, I'm going to split up into branches that do each slice individually, merge them into QA. It's kind of like a retro organization. But that's going to start a new effort of features where we have examples of how we do all these things. So the AI will really, do a lot more. So,
yeah.
Which will be really good. And so actually this goes to another point is that when we're working with, at least when I was working with more traditional approaches, we would have this like refactoring phase after doing all the, a cleanup / refactoring phase after all the features were done to kind of say, okay, we did all these features. Can we like clean things up? And so there would be like a non-functional requirements cleanup, like short sprint, like a quarter of a sprint or a day or two. And then we would, after that, we would make another start tag and everyone would do the features in their own branches again. And we'd repeat that. But once you get a good cadence, and it's really much faster to achieve this in event sourcing, then you really don't need these cleanup routines. And so every time that you go and release something, you you have this merging of all of the completed work, and that's your new start tag for new slices for the next effort, and so on. Anyway, we'll do. I'll probably do that another day. Maybe not tomorrow. I think I'm going to be away for tomorrow, so maybe Monday.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay.
So let's discuss your situation.
All right. So this is somewhat the events that I'm working on. The really is the stuff that I'm hacking around. Like it's there all the stuff that somewhat matters, but doesn't. I'm not working with them. So what's the point? The point is just a auction, and in the auction, I'm gonna have like a starting price, like a buy now price or like a reserve price or whatever, right?
This is sort of what we were talking about a few weeks ago, right?
Yeah. So again, I'm hacking things around. I don't know the domain precisely. I'm trying to like learn about the domain to begin with. But the situation that I map is that this bid place could be a lot of them until the item is sold out, right? I'm talking about if the price changes is like $1 up to 2,000. That's already there enough for them, right? Or I don't know, 10,000.
Well,
I cannot tell.
So I don't know a price change. So let me ask you one more question before we continue. The price change is just a reflection of someone putting in a different bid, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. So you don't really need a price change event or something like that.
No. It's just a bid place. I call it right now. Or if you have a better name, give it to me. I never worked in this domain before.
Well, so I mean, this was one of the. I don't want to bring this up, but there was a big hoopla about a week ago between a couple of influential people in the space, and there was a lot of criticisms as to someone having enough or not enough experience in a certain domain, being a financial one, and so this might be one of those things where auctions are kind of more about, I would say, a fintech space.
Yeah.
So okay, Pilot Bob's saying your state view would have been max placed bid, right? I'm not sure if that makes sense, but we want to graduate maybe some of these events to be green boxes instead. Eurydice?
Yes. Okay. Even before getting to the green boxes, because even right now, I don't even have green boxes. I don't need green boxes. And primarily because I don't have any UI. And let's assume that somebody is capable to just like read from, I don't have any projection of the information right now, although I can put them. But
yeah, well, I don't know. So Pilot Bob's saying something else. You can't bid lower than the current highest bid. Well, you can, but it's ignored, right? This is one of those questions that says, sure, you can, or you can't.
Yeah.
Like, you could take the bid, but you could say that, like for example, in trading, I can certainly put in an order for something that is, less of the highest current bid for a stock price. I can certainly do that, because why I want to do that is because if that order gets filled above me, that I'm the next lower price, and then if there's more buyers that want it, they'll get it. And in the case of auctions, that's still true. Like there can be some shenanigans with auctions where, for some reason, the person that had the highest bid falls through, and so the thing goes to the next highest bid as default.
Yeah.
So that means a lower bid is still valid in those cases.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I may want to record that somebody actually did. It's just that he's not the winning one, so who cares? So, but, yeah, definitely doable taking it. But what's the situation? So, and again, I want to do it without green boxes because consistency primarily.
Right.
The placing the bid could be.
Yeah, we can't read that a bit. Can you zoom in on those? I'm not sure if the stream is too fuzzy on Discord. If there's a setting for like a higher quality stream.
Yeah. So this is what I have thus far, right? this is a very long stream, especially in a performance manner, because like people expect this to be really, really fast. So I applied the concept that you showed me of, hey, every time somebody plays a bid, that amount that you see there is technically the new amount of the highest bidder type of situation. Like somebody had to bid above that amount.
Yeah.
So so what I'm so that's that. And then the second thing, which is this where I got confused and I want to feedback, is that I also need to know if you're just gonna do a buy now price, right?
Right.
And I I found it's like, okay, whoa, how can I check if somebody could buy now like really
Okay,
fast?
let's step back because there's a couple of
Mhm.
things about this domain that we got stuck on last time. So maybe for people listening, let's just double check that this is kind of like an eBay thing where you
Yeah.
have a limited amount of things potentially, right? Maybe you have 100 items. So that's why you have a buy it now price, or is this limited to one item that you're auctioning?
Yeah, just one item right now. Don't
Okay.
I'm not to worry about quantity, but that basically is just a price that if you're willing to pay for, like is
Okay.
yours right away.
So let's run through the top three scenarios, right? The easiest scenario is that no auction happens because someone hits the buy it now and the item disappears because it's $100. Okay. But then scenario two is people don't want to buy it for $100. So you get someone bidding $50 and it shows up on the screen. It says, okay, well, then another person says, okay, I'll bid 51.
Right,
That
right.
original person sees, oh, someone's outbidding me at 51. I'm going to bid
Yep.
at 52. Right?
Right. Yep.
And then we could do that until the timer runs out and one of them
Or
gets
reaches
stuck buying it at 54, right?
yeah, exactly, yeah. Or reaches the actual price of the thing.
Or buy it now. So they just say, okay, we're not going to agree on this. I actually wanted it at a discount if possible, but it's not possible. So someone just says, you know what? Let's say it gets to like 70 and someone says, I really want this. I don't want to be left to chance for like $30 more. I'm just going to click buy it now and it just ends the auction, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And the last possibility is that you keep bidding until the bidding slows down and like someone said $75 and that's the limit for most people and they're just gonna let it go. They can say they could probably find the item for less somewhere else later and they don't care, and so the last person with the bid that's the highest, it expires.
Yep.
And they essentially own the item, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that we understand the problem space, what is the issue you're having?
All right. So just to because you already give me the answer, right? But basically,
Pilot Bob
the
has the correct thing. It says a bid and a buy now. There are two different commands, which is correct, and so most likely there'll be two different events that get put on the stream. Correct.
Yeah. So the tricky situation is that this bid in place or whatever you wanna call it, right? That is not just like ending the stream.
Yeah.
Is gonna grow over time, right? And first of all, I don't know how to assess the situation of how long it will be. And second, the company is big enough, dealing with millions, amount, that I cannot afford just making a assumption of it's totally okay. It's not gonna be that long, right?
Okay. So
So I'd
your
rather
question is
actually
about
fix the
scaling
problem.
this, saying that I have too many bids and I don't want to
Yeah.
read the entire history of stuff. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Understood.
exactly. Because like this is gonna grow over time, so it could be 2-3,000 events. Who knows? So
Okay.
and then it's time critical, right? Like it's close to real time for me to answer
Well,
to too
when is
many
it time
people trying to
critical?
get
You're
in.
making it sound like it's time critical all the time. I think it's only time critical near the end of the expiry date time for the auction. Because if you have if you have something on auction for 5 days, and this is eBay, right? You can have
Right.
you can show a chart of activity which is exponential, right? There's very few bids in the first 2 days, And then on the last day on a 3-day
Right.
auction, you're going to have more activity, but it increases even more in the last hour. And then
Right.
a lot more in the last minute, right? In the last seconds, it might be the craziest time, right? Or
Yep.
not,
Exactly.
or it might die off, depending on the auction, right? I mean, depending how these guys, what the psychology is behind the item that they want, right?
Right, precisely. So people are gonna probably try to snipe at the end, and therefore they're trying to, get
Yeah.
inputs and output the fastest.
Perfect. So you've identified a solution to this, is that you have an entirely different domain or concept called the snipe minute or snipe hour or snipe 5-minute time frame, where you should probably move your entire stream to a different one that's built for performance.
Interesting. So
You should not worry about the garbage that happened on the last 2 days and 23 hours and 55 minutes. Why would you put that garbage into your constraints? That's not the scaling problem. The scaling problem doesn't exist at that in those times.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it shouldn't. Yeah. Yeah. The keyword is shouldn't, but I don't know. Like, let's assume that it
Well,
shouldn't.
I would, if I was doing this, I certainly would notice that. I bought tickets online before. I've used eBay before, and I know how this shit goes down. So
yeah, I don't. Yeah.
As a user of auction systems before, I would definitely have a different system being used for everything up until the last 5 minutes. That's just me, though.
Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, like I say, I'm
you
here
could
to
configure that 5 minutes to be 1 hour or half an hour or 5 seconds or whatever the hell you want. Hey, you can even make it dynamic. That you could, as soon as you get, in the last minute, more than 10 bids, you upgrade it to be a reactive one, right? Or something like that.
Okay, so what is the difference between doing that, which again, like I'm speaking my mind. I don't know anything, neither I done auctions before, but why couldn't just read backward the stream and find the latest bid plays for me to know the amount?
You could. But why would you even bother for like things that are not that intense and processing intense? I think what you're talking about is the last 5 minutes or last minute or last 30 seconds where you want to have as little look back as possible, which we were discussing is the idea that you have a different type of event that has more of a ledger component to it, which gives you the carry forward balance, which would be that.
Right. And
so another thing Pilot Bob is talking about is that you wouldn't even want an auction closed event. An auction closes by the virtue of what time it is, or whether a bid has been a buy now has been hit.
Right. Okay. What would be the reason not to just do it, regardless of the time critical component?
I think because you want to keep a standard approach for as much of your coding as possible. So I don't want to do a different type of event sourcing for the whole damn thing if I only need to make this special workaround for one part that needs scalability. So that's why I would do it. I want the rest of the system to be vanilla event sourcing. And there I have a convention of not putting extra information into events.
Right, which is what is bothering me. Like, this is bothering me a ton right now because of what you just said. Like,
yeah, why is that there?
reason,
that doesn't change. The buy it price, the buy it now price doesn't
yeah,
change. Yeah,
but I need to know. Like, let's say the buy now was set up all the way back here. The buy now was in the creation.
Yeah.
If I read it backward, then I have a problem because now to calculate the buy now,
but you
I
have
to read all the way to the beginning.
But you have a read model that shows you the state of, like, has a row for this auction, and in that there is something you can read very quickly, and you can have that in memory if you want, or wherever else, and that number doesn't change. So why are you worried about it?
Most definitely, and that may be the answer, right? Like that could be
You're
just
still
a read
not.
model.
So are you? Here's another question: are you looking at a way of doing this where you always, like, you don't have a materialized view for the auction, and you're always querying every single event for every query?
Yes, I'm trying to make it like consistent, like
Yeah, exactly. So
actually,
Pilot
like
Bob has
yeah.
the same question. That's my point too, Pilot Bob, is that yeah, there's no effect on buy now prices, therefore it shouldn't be in the event. The only thing that I was talking about having potentially being in an event is some sort of carry forward balance, which in this case is missing, because I think when we were talking about this last was the quantity. I think we had like this idea that there was a quantity of items
No.
that
It will
was
be the
available.
price. The carry on forward is this amount is the carry on. Like amount that you have to bid above from.
Because that's a
So that
quantity of items, right?
no. Oh no. You know
We
what?
had a
That's the.
quantity before. We have price, yes. So
Yeah.
you don't need. Yeah, there's no. If you're talking about one item, there's no need to have any carry forwards. I think we were talking about a different problem last time. When you told me about this domain before, you were talking about things that had, and you can do this on eBay, right? You have, like I think we were talking about exactly this thing. Like I might be making some, special Snoopy mugs like this, right? And
Yep.
I make 100 of them, and then I want to sell them in an auction style, but I have, so someone can buy 20 of them for the restaurant, and then of course then a lot of people will hit buy it now for like a higher price because they just want one for home. But a restaurant will want to bid on the remaining amount, but they're only willing to pay $3 a mug, and the buy it now price is 10. And so the restaurants always look for a deal. And as a person that makes these Snoopy mugs, I'm okay to have like a minimum bid of like $3. I'm gonna have a buy it now for 10, and I'm gonna let the rest be decided by the auction. And so, by the time that the auction finishes, a lot of people will have bought it for $4, for $5, for $6, and the remaining will be bought by $3. But during that time, there was a whole bunch of people that wanted it and got it for $10. And my average price for all my mugs, for 100 of them, might be $5, right? This is a typical scenario you're talking about before with the amounts, because I have an amount there of 100 mugs for one auction. I have a carry forward that I need to worry about, and it's not the price that's carrying forward. What I'm carrying forward is the quantity.
Yeah. So okay. So this is different. So although the quantity, I still care about understanding the domain and how to fix the problem, right? But I get it. I bought two, then the new quantity is whatever.
And this is for Pilot Bob's last comment. I thought we didn't care if the bid was higher than the last bid. Especially we don't care about it, especially if we have a quantity, because at the end of the auction, people that bid for whatever, I'm going to deplete the stock based on highest price first with their quantities down to the lowest. And you might be somewhere in the middle that, okay, I bid $4 for 10 mugs, but there's only 5 left over. I only get 5 mugs for what I bid, and the people that bid lower don't get anything.
Well, in my case, I care, Pilot, because first of all, I don't know what I'm doing. And if you put you can bid below, you throw a wrench at me. So that's why I care. So like the situation is like I don't want to put the read model outside.
Well, you know what you could do there? You could put you could organize these events in slightly different rows for the different users that kicked them off. Or you can put the user ID in the bid as a property, up to you. But you kind of want to show the action of two people competing, and then we can explore the problems that can arise because of this. Up to you how you want to do it.
Yeah. Okay. I have the beater. What is this?
Oh, we don't know if it's a winner yet.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. So the reason I didn't want to put uh any read model or anything green stuff here is because that means I had to deal with the eventual consistency in that end, which it may not be a problem. Like I say, I'm not making things up. I
Well,
don't
that's an
know.
implementation thing. I think conceptually you want to show the greens there to, whether you actually have the implementation follow a green box or not is up to you. But I think in an
Yeah.
event model, you would show that, at least for your own framing of the problem, you can show
Yeah.
these green boxes. Okay, at this point, this is the winner if things were to end right now. Okay, at this
Yeah.
point, this is what's happening. So you still want to
Yeah.
have those projections, and that's going to keep your events clean.
Yeah. I need it for the sake of UI and stuff like that, or
Yeah,
I don't
the
know,
UI would help.
reports and yada yada. Yeah. So, but the point is I don't. When it comes to the domain itself, I don't want to rely on external things primarily because I want the correctness, the actual integrity to be as strong as possible.
Yeah.
So what I was thinking, and that the point is that you cannot place a bid uh, uh, below the price. You may want to place a loss bid, something like that. I may have like another event that is not the bid place, because otherwise I
Sorry,
couldn't
what
know.
kind of an event? I didn't hear that last part.
Like, yeah, so this bid is always winning. If I really want to allow the bid to go in, something like that. If I want to allow
But
somebody to
why
put,
would you
I
make
don't
a
know,
distinction for a losing bid? You don't really care. You don't want. Why would you put this requires extra logic to understand that it's a losing bid. You just want to put down what it is.
Right, I understand, but let me share the full context, and then you can help me, because otherwise it's really difficult.
Okay.
I
I'll give
don't
you the
know.
time to
All my
construct
answers
what you
is
want.
yeah. All my answers is I don't know. I don't work in the domain. I honestly don't understand it, right? And I don't have a domain expert. So somewhat you are my domain expert. So if I'm not allowing people to place a bid that is not actually above the winning price or the current price that is winning, right?
All right.
And the only reason I'm doing, if I allow somebody to place a bid just because I don't want to lose the info, I want to see what they wanted, although there would not be a normal bid, because what I'm doing is just reading the stream backward, finding the last bid place, and say that's a price that somebody had to bid above. So let me show you some code for you to somewhat see it. So what I'm doing is just comparing against my current price, right? And if the amount is above the current price is above the amount that you're trying to bid on it, I'm saying, hey, you cannot do it. Let's say I'm allowed to do this, then here's where I place a bid that is like a losing bid or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And the way I calculate that here is to either what is it? Ignore this, and I'm gonna explain to you why I did that. But basically, I'm just reading backward, getting the bid place, and say, hey, the reading backward, the current price is just that bid place amount. Yeah. So that's why I care about a different event, because otherwise I cannot read back and say, yeah, the very first one that I find is the one that is winning, because otherwise I had to look to the previous one to compare. Okay, that one is lower, therefore technically was the previous one, and then I had to do that all the way until I find the big one. So that's why I would care if we would allow a bid to go, even though it's not winning. And yeah, so
you know how I would do this?
Mm-hmm.
I would do a naive, simple approach first with a full event model and optimize after. Because you could start to chip away at the problem of where you think the problems are going to be in terms of performance, and start to introduce different concepts here. Because I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the high performance piece is really when you have 2 or more people racing for being the winner and pressing things at the right time just before the expiry, etc., right? As quickly as possible.
It's
and
not,
most
I
likely they
don't
have
think
bots, right? They most likely they have bots that do this, where they'll
yeah,
just
exactly.
yeah.
Pilot, I don't think I'm premature optimizing here. Is that I'm taking into context the business and the company I'm trying to do it for. Like I'm not talking about like a small company, and I'm not talking about small quantities of or a small
Yeah,
price
but
of
these
something,
things
right?
have to be made to work for an atomic level of 1 auction and 2 people. And then you extend that to 3 people. And then you extend that to 2 items. And then you measure if it scales. So it has to work at the very simplest level first. It doesn't matter how big the company is and how successful they are and all these other things. You have to get the information correctness right first. And then you start to paint in the extra concurrency. And you can, a lot of times you can show that by introducing artificial delays in the infrastructure that handles each request, when you receive a new bid, when the calculation is late. What are you going to do in those cases? That's usually the best way to do the scalability problem, is you start to deconstruct it, right? You're jumping into code so much faster in this case. And like if you look at my stream about getting that ID, notice the processor that I event modeled. The given when thens and the given thens for the processor have a whole bunch of things that show situations that might occur, such as events being shown twice, and understanding that, okay, if that somehow happened, I don't know how the heck it happened, but here is how I'm going to interpret that and how the system is going to deal with that. And same on the command side. How can I, first of all, make what I'm seeing on the other side less likely to happen by having proper given when thens, etc. So the same thing here. I think that looking at your problem space here, what you want to do is make sure you're capturing every time that you're looking, quote unquote, looking back at old events to get something. Those are optimizations that are easily solved by a cache. Like all of event sourcing is, all the patterns in event sourcing and other things there, like read models, etc., are just introducing caches for making a system more and more performant. You're just doing it to another level, for this part. Especially
if I introduce a cache, which I understand, like you're talking about like a snapshot.
Not even a snapshot. I'm thinking of even, okay, let's use traditional approach, like an aggregate route, okay? You have this one item auction for the aggregate route. You have commands saying place bid. You have a current state of the aggregate, which is based on the history of events, but you have a local cache in memory that has that particular, the highest bid, current highest bid there. You're not looking at anything else. If the command to place the next bid has a larger amount of money, the amount is larger, that is a successful command. It writes another event, but even before, and right after it's written to disk, you're immediately in memory updating the state of the aggregate, so that immediately when you get another command for another bid, you can make the same comparison and reject it if it's not big enough, right? Maybe 2 people pressed at the same time, bid $75. Well, the first one's going to win it, and the second one's going to get rejected, and it's going to be done pretty much in memory with the one delay of writing to disk for the first one, right? And that's about it. So you have this, the problem is really distilled down to the atomic nature of whether something actually got persisted to disk or not, and that's about it.
Right. Yeah, I understand that. in that state, but I don't have a state here, and my situation is not having that cache. Is that is reliable as long as that cache never stops, goes down, crashes, and I don't
Well,
have to
that's why
deal with
you only
the
make those decisions after you write it to disk.
right.
So in
right.
your code,
Right, but I wrote to disk, and all those events and my cache only gets to data after the next command could blow up or something happened to that process, and now my cache is gone, and I had to recalculate that, and that's the time that now I'm like I
yeah.
have to deal with.
So you can write those. You can write, that's memoization. You can write down a cache of the current state calculations up to event X. And
So that's what I mean by snapshotting, right? Like that's what I'm saying. It's like, okay,
but
you
how often is that
suggesting-
going to happen? First of all, let's not code for all. Let's not make this deal with the situation where you think you always will have to read from disk all events. Because yeah, you could use a snapshot. Of course you could. You could use a snapshot there. No problem, right? Whether you call it a snapshot or not, you can call it. Well, so yeah, I mean, at what level is a snapshot? Is a snapshot of this particular
of the state.
of that
Of the state.
particular aggregate.
Like when I say it's not even aggregate in my particular situation, it's literally the state of a given command handler. Like I can I take that state and save it somewhere, so I can start from
From
where
that
was
part,
left
yeah.
behind.
So okay, so you're talking about when things go sideways and the whole process goes down, the whole VM goes down, and it's being brought back up. And you're also talking about that happening in the last 5 seconds of that particular auction, right? Okay, I get it. And so a lot of times maybe it's like this, because of technical difficulties, this auction has been extended by half an hour or 5 minutes. I mean, that could be a business question, right?
So yeah. I mean, like that could be a solution as well. That's why I was
tell me what you would do if the auction is about to end in 10 seconds and the server goes down. Can you say that you're going to bring that VM back up within 10 seconds to finish the auction? No. And if you say yes, well, I'm going to say, what happens if it happens in the last 2 seconds or half a second? You're going to have this problem of like the auction finishing when the system is down, or at least a significant amount of nodes that are taking care of that auction are down.
Yep, I understand. Like I say, I'm not trying to be a purist here. My intent was to keep stateless as possible, except my event store, right? The only piece of like statefulness that I have is event store. So everything else just crash as fast as you want. There's no state, go back to where you were. So that's why, right? Like
Well,
I also thought about
this is scaling the right side, right? So this is back to like Paxos and all of these things, Raft algorithm and DynamoDB ring buffer thing, and comparing this atomic thing, right? So this atomic operation, if bid bigger than, allow it to change the highest bid, otherwise don't. This always boils down to compare and replace atomic processor operations. If you want this, like, what if you want this to be 10 nines reliable, because auctions are so crucial, right? You'd need a minimum of 3 nodes so that you have 2 to rely on if one goes down as a backup. You're going to have to be able to randomly pick one of them as having the source of truth, because you don't want split brain. You're going to wait for the third one to come up to get back to an odd number of nodes. You have those problems to deal with.
Yeah,
right?
no, I absolutely. So like, okay, so I can just say, you know what, fuck it, snapshot of my state of the command handle is good enough. I can take it every, I don't know, 20, whatever number, like 100 bit place. So that way is at most I may be somewhat, handling 100 bits and call it a day and pay that cost.
So here's a few things to think about, is that when you're dealing with problems like this, you have to make sure that the requests for those auctions, when let's say you have 10,000 auctions going on at the same time, And let's say a lot of them are going to. We had this problem at Pay by Phone too. Like everyone's starting their parking session at 8 a.m. in London. That's thousands upon thousands of users hitting Pay Now, Start My Parking, like within a span of like 5 minutes or 2 minutes or whatever, right? So you have this giant spike, and you're going to have the same thing here with these auctions. Like auctions are going to say, it expires at 5 p.m. They're going to have that. They're going to have, unless you force your users to pick an odd time just to make sure that it gives relief to the servers, you're always going to have enough capacity to run a huge amount of auctions at a specifically small time window, right? Like if you have 10,000 items all expiring at 5 p.m., and the average amount of bidders for that is 15,000 in the end. Like, usually it's just 2 people that are racing some of these bids up. The odd occasion there might be 3, depending on how hot this item is or whatever, right? But you have this, you're trying to solve a very specific narrow window problem, right? Where you want a certain subset of auctions to be on their own servers, right? You don't want to have, the bid for this auction can come into any of my, 100 servers. You really want some intelligent routing where the URLs have the auction ID in them, and they're routed to, a specific machine. No? Am I on the right?
Yeah.
So,
no. Yeah.
So, what you're really looking at here is solving an optimization issue for, at the core, 2 people in the last dying second of an auction having integrity for that, so the company doesn't lose business because people don't trust the auction engine.
Right. Yep. Okay. Yeah. I mean, just to continue the train of thought, but yeah, like that's basically what I did. The read backward, but that always requires me to. You sure the price always will be there, but I have to copy this sticky as like buy now, because in my implementation, if you bought it, for the buy now or whatever, like above the buy now price, we just get it automatically. Like you would, the item will be sold. So that's why I did this like ugly buy now thing. But then, like, I don't know, it freaking drives me nuts that every single event would have this buy now carry on forward.
Yeah.
For me to look backward, and then just to share with you, to lead me. To give me opportunity to speak about something else, my shit becomes confusing.
Yeah,
I mean, not confusing, but I have to
I did not expect you to have the buy now price being carried forward. What I think what we have a misunderstanding from the last conversation. I think it was the carry forward was only for where we were depleting a reserve of items.
Yeah. I mean, there's 2 different situations. Like I said, like yesterday, now I just like trying to do few things. So yeah, so I did that thing, and then I had to come up with this like keep reading until like I see an event, and then get out and read backward from the stream. So like that was somewhat had my trick. And again, I'm not saying it's correct or no, but like that was my way that I figured out how to do it without snapshotting and without projection, some other type of cache. And which leads me to the next question is that until now, in I don't know 5 years, I haven't need too much to use all these like APIs that Event Store have, and now my curiosity spark in terms of where, when, and why. In terms of the business domains, not necessarily technicality, although also technicality. Where that read backward, reading from X position, and things like that in event store come from. Like that direction. Although the direction I know I used it before to calculate snapshots, for example, like read backward the latest snapshot stream for whatever, right? Like I get that type of like
Mm-hmm.
use cases, but now I'm curious about this whole direction and stream position way came in event store DB
Yeah, I'm
specifically,
not sure. I
and
mean, I think we specifically didn't want to use certain things. Like we don't use the projection engine in Event Store.
I'm
We
removing
don't
it in
want to
my fork,
tie
by the
that
way.
to a specific vendor. So we always have, our own custom read models that update Postgres tables as new events get done get added into the event store. And we always hook that up through the catch up and subscribe method, which allows you to get all events from wherever you want up till the current one, and then continue streaming the new events. So catch up and subscribe is literally exactly as it sounds. If something goes down and you have to bring it back up from scratch, at least you know where you got to in terms of before, things your server crashed or got restarted or whatever.
Yep.
You can read back from where you think you got to, read all those because obviously a bunch of things happened, and then continue to subscribe and get follow-up events after that. That's kind of like this stream of events that's going to continue to get fed to you.
Oh, so like you would subscribe from whatever it is right now, but you also will go, hey, from where you subscribe, read backward to the last one that I was processed. So you have like a continuation of processing the new one, but also go back
That's
and
right.
like figure
In
out.
one call.
Okay.
Yes.
Wait, in one call?
Yeah,
How do you do that?
it's called catch up and subscribe. Just look it up. Event
Got it.
Store catch up and subscribe. In fact, you could probably do it with AI.
Yeah, I think I remember. Is the one that have like two callbacks. One, okay. I think I understand now. But what about this one in this like read stream? Because other than reading backward for the sake of mm, I don't know, like having a stream for snapshots, like okay, read backward the last event that is technically like a like a state of the snapshot and call it a that and cool. But that's it. That's all I can think of.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to yeah, so lots of people are listening to this, which is it's a good subject. I mean, I would like to implement this without Event Store, because I think making your own version of Event Store that specifically deals with this situation, especially on 3 nodes or odd number of nodes, will make you implement a rudimentary raft consensus algorithm where these nodes have to say who's the leader and this type of stuff, or look at leaderless protocols and all sorts of things, and really look down to like how are you going to in Go implement a compare and swap operation for this is the current highest bid. This is what I expect the current highest bid is, and I have a bigger number. Please replace it. And the atomic operation at the processor level is going to say, no, your assumption of what the highest bid is wrong. Some other process got to that first. You are failing.
Right.
That is, in a nutshell, how you scale the right side, right down to the processor level.
Okay. Yeah, it's very like, how you call it? It's like I'm trying to push the the boundary
go to ChatGPT.
Okay.
Go to ChatGPT and put in, give me an example of compare and swap down at the processor level for 2 threads competing to change the highest bid. That's your answer. Your second prompt will be, give me 3 instances of this in Docker containers.
Wait, give me an example of comparing
in Golang.
Comparing and swap down to processor level, and what else?
In Golang. Use the word Golang. You should get sample code in Golang.
Yeah. I mean, the funny thing, I'm not a Golang developer, by the way. Oh yeah, I know. They already have a function.
Yeah, no, they would, because this stuff like Rust and Go is gonna have this crap because it's used for like, Rust is used as part of the Linux kernel now. So like you're gonna have this stuff front and center and good examples from it. Do another one in C. There'll be a crap load of training data from the Linux kernel code in that.
Yeah. No. I mean, I came across like this API before. So yeah, like what is his name? Wait, I lost. It's Velen. Yeah, I guess like me. I mean, I like to do this to learn, to be honest. But like I'm trying to like keep it.
But it's fun because you can take that operation and you could plunk it into how your aggregate operates, and you'll naturally see where your cache plays a part in this where it doesn't, right? It's really good. I think what I just showed you in that compare and swap thing, all you have to do is now use that code to wrap the rest of the concepts of event sourcing around it, and that's it. The other thing you should also do is say, give me a Docker container to simulate 3 nodes competing for that and using the Raft consensus algorithm to communicate with one another. That's the next one. See what it comes up with. It'll know what Raft is, or the Casper protocol, or some other thing. I don't know. Whatever you want. But you will have this thing. Like, how do you I wouldn't want, I mean, I would probably want to have a better business answer than the scalability answer for some of these things when things do fall over. And when things fall over, you got to make sure you have, like 100 VMs. So like when one of them falls over during one of these expiry windows, you're losing 1% of your business, and you're going to say, sorry, the auction's going to end in another half hour. We had an outage. And people are going to be probably happy because they don't want to be stuck with losing an auction or whatever. If there was problems, they're going to be like, okay, good, I'm happy that I have another half hour to do this, right? Some people might be upset that, okay, that's going to give too many other people a chance and it's going to drive the price up. But you probably have that in your terms and conditions for this, right?
Yeah, so like I say, putting the domain aside, because I'm always like curious about speed of light. I'm like,
well, it is.
That I'm been chasing that.
This is like speed of light type of questions. Like you're slicing time down to the nanoseconds so that people don't get pissed off that their auction was not fairly treated.
Right, and timely manner, because you could like, and the reason I say that is because like I know Snapchat always has been there. I've been challenging myself for the last 5 years to I don't have any process manager, as in something that is an stateful, that is an event handler, that is a command producer for the last 5 years. So I managed not to do that. I managed to have read models over sagas and all of the stuff from you, right?
Yeah.
This and I manage. I don't know how I managed until now not to use
but
a
like
single
there is like that's good for 99% of the problems, and there is the 1% that you're hitting here, which is like this stuff needs to have the compare and swap level of integrity and a story.
Right, and I managed not to use a snapshot all these years. Like I always change the domain and say, hey, I think I'm not understanding the data flow in the workflow that is actually taking into consideration the behavior of the actors and stuff like that, therefore is broken. And in this particular scenario, which I'm not saying is right, like this reading backward, although this ugly buy now price carrying forward, like I don't like it. It's freaking like every single event would have that thing. But it was, again, just for the sake of physics, it was the faster thing I could find that the failure is the storage itself. Like there's nothing after this, it's like this, the compare and swap failure itself you know.
Yeah, I mean, at this
And
point,
like
you're not even going to be dealing with JSON serialization. You're going to be at like the Golang thing pushing bytes and bits to
right.
make this super fast. Like, you're going to dump a whole bunch of things, not
Yeah.
just like, you know, escaping the need to do a snapshot. You're going to totally have a different stack for this
but
part
it's
of the
doable.
problem.
But it's doable, no? Like my thinking about like again solving the problem, putting all the alternative aside, and yes, over optimization. Sure, I understand that. Is doable my thinking, what I was trying to do from your perspective?
No, I get what you're trying to do. I understand. I think you have this issue of like, I don't want to do I don't want to do a catch up and subscribe after having the system down for whatever reason in the last minute of this auction. You know, like you're basically talking about here. I'm hearing that the scenario you're worried about is you have an auction that ends at 5 p.m. At 4:50, the server goes down. It gets brought back at 4:59 and 58 seconds, and you have 2 seconds to read all the events from disk to get the system to react to commands in time before the auction's over.
I'm keep the process alive as well. You know, it's not like
No, I know, but I mean, you can't like there is the thing that happens when you pull the power cord on the server, and it's just sorry whether you have something else on the side or whatever. I think a lot of times you have to have these active nodes. You know, the odd number of nodes that are up for whatever is happening, and you're talking about the scaling of writes and compare and swaps in a distributed system to make sure you have no downtime. And what does that mean? Does that mean you have to eat the fact that the command that was sent to node number 3 and node number 3 went down, that is dead, but all the other ones that went to node number 1 and 2 are still in play? You're just waiting for node 3 to come back up. Now you have a split brain thing, so you're gonna elect 1 or 2 to not be the master. You have to avoid the split brain personality. All you have, the problem of this split brain issue of having only 2 nodes left. You're gonna have one of them be the leader, and it might be some weird algorithm that whatever the IP is of those things, if they're on separate things, the highest number wins, or whatever, and continue to treat that node as a source of truth for that. Again, in this case, you're really looking at alternates to continue to receive the commands. So you could, with a minimum triple number, like a triplicate cluster, be able to have the uptime that you want, knowing that you're going to have to, at that moment, have in fact 3 of these, whatever commands that were in process, in memory at the time on node number 3, they're dead. Or do you have some routing mechanism that's going to send those commands just in case to the other nodes too, or at least one other node? So if one of them goes through, you still haven't lost that command, right? Now, event model that, right? Sometimes we do event models of those types of problems where you can show this event being written to multiple streams. So, for example, bid placed, where you have price 54. You could have another stream that has the copy of that, slightly to the right, meaning it goes to that node at a later time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, which is somewhat related to the web.
In your event model, draw 3 swim lanes. You're going to have server 1, server 2, server 3.
Okay. Where's the down line?
I mean, you don't even have to draw the lines. I mean, you just move them into 3 separate rows now. You just duplicate them, right? And you're going to show that, you know, what is your communication going to be between these nodes for receiving a bid. You're actually going to dissect receiving a bid as a command. You're actually going to have 3 rows at the top as well, which are going to, and pretend that you have sysadmins that can have screens to view what's on each node. So you're going to have a sysadmin 1, sysadmin 2, sysadmin 3. Those guys are going to be looking after the state of their servers. And this is where you're going to have your state views populating dashboards for these sysadmins. And we're going to slow down time. We're going to pretend this is an auction that is happening remotely and things are coming in by boat. Bids are coming in by messengers that have traveled on horseback. Right? That's how we're going to slow down time to simulate what's happening in the processor in milliseconds and nanoseconds to what would happen by messengers by horse. And hey, I'm a king in this kingdom. I'm going to send out a messenger. I'm going to send out 3 messengers with a copy of my bid, just in case someone wants to sabotage my bid for whatever's being auctioned and someone kills one of the messengers and their horse. Well, I know that I still sent 1 or 2 more messengers with the same message just in case, right? Think of it that way. Right? You don't have to have that many. You can like look at, you know, 2 bids in a row against 2 people. How those sit on 3 servers. Simulate one of them with a big X. At this point in time, this is dead. How does this carry on? Add events for leader election for Raft as extra events for those servers.
Yes. I mean, if we...
Or make your own
model
protocol that's specific for this bid, honestly. Like, understand as you slice time, who has the truth. If any of these things go down, what is the recovery steps for the next thing? You know, what does someone see on their screen? Because really, it has to go back to what that user sees. So you really want to have 5. You want to have 5 screens at the top. 5 swim lanes at the top. You want bidder 1, bidder 2, sysop 1, sysop 2, sysop 3. Those are the people that are looking at those those dashboards for those separate 3 servers of what's on there. And you want to show explicitly, because you can go through this with your client saying at the critical levels of these auctions, this is what's going to happen to these 3 servers, because we're going to have 3 to not have a split brain problem, so that there's always a larger amount. We also have the availability of these nodes to take in commands, so that in case one of them dies, you still have that. We have an algorithm or a convention to say who has the source of truth at any point in time, and this will give us our 0 or next to 0 downtime. Right? We're going to have 7 nines uptime for this thing, and this is how we're going to accomplish it. But it really boils down to the worst situation that can happen, and that situation is 5 minutes before or a minute before the auction ends, one of the servers dies. How long does it take to bring that back up, or does it matter? If one of these servers dies a second before the auction is done, we're still fine. How? Right?
Right.
You want to show them that. Yeah,
actually, it's you just remind me that I can just do an even model for a Rust protocol. Now I want to do it just to see the messaging of it.
Yeah, you can make an event model for the Raft consensus algorithm for sure.
Yeah, that's cool. Like I never thought about it before, and it's one of those topics where like now
But like, I mean,
I like it. So
I think this was your real question, hidden behind your domain inexperience. It's really about like, how do I make sure that this system is reliable? It's not really about you understanding the auction system. It's understanding that you have a problem space where you have an incredible challenge for scalability and uptime at the same time.
Mhm.
All on the right side of the equation.
Yeah, I have a two things with you, and I would like to hear your thoughts.
What's that? You'd like to hear what?
Yeah, your thoughts about something. So what would happen? And you already told me you don't use projections, but what would happen if I remove the projections features from the event store DV? It's a fork. It's not the one who is.
So if you removed projections from Event Store,
Mhm.
the projection engine from Event Store,
Yeah.
you don't have to. Event Store has a configuration where you don't have.
I don't. Yeah, it's code that is have to be maintained. It's code that have to be reviewed. It's code that have to be on board. So like I'm trying to remove if it's not needed, it's gone. Like I don't like I have Git there. If
Well,
I
I don't know
about
if it's being used internally for anything. So that's the only issue there. I don't know. I haven't gone through the implementation, but
Yeah.
I think guys like Chris Condren would be able to tell you, since they were the CTO for that company. Whether
I don't know if they hold tie with them, but I don't.
well,
I
they're
don't,
on the. We could have a stream with them to talk about the internals of Event Store to do this. I mean, I think people would really enjoy that conversation. And James Gael is also someone that I'm in touch with. He worked on a lot of the internals at Event Store for many years.
Well, I would appreciate if you do that, because like I'm like, for example, like the first thing again, like I want to remove the projections, but I also want to remove the all stream, so the global sequence of events. And what I want to do is to be closest to physics, and basically trying to add a consistent ring algorithm, so I can distribute the writing to a given stream to different nodes.
Yeah.
And there's no way to read all. Like there's no such a thing as that.
Yeah, it's a really fun problem. I think this is a really cool puzzle because you have two levels. You have the integrity on disk and multiple nodes, but you also have the distribution on the network side of saying that I'm going to repeat this command on purpose across. I'm going to repeat that command to all three nodes or something like that, or two of them, or round robin them 2 out of 3, or something like this all the time, right?
My intent with removing the all streams, which is like I know it doesn't exist in Event Store, but it's just that global sequence is at that point the system design already understand the.
You'll be surprised at the numbers you get once you implement this. And you throw all the shit at
that's
it.
Why I want to do it. Yeah,
you'll be basically saying like, why the hell was I worried about this? I can take care of 1 million auctions every second if I do this, right? And you'll be like, why was I worried about this? If this company that I'm working for has 1 million auctions a second ending, they're probably going to be worth billions of dollars and be way bigger than eBay or anything. So, like, a lot of our scalability stuff is just.
Well, it's not
an issue these days.
No. I'm not too concerned about it, and it's not about this company. But like for me, I just want to figure out what will happen if I go all the way to the stream, to the other end of the stream, and care as much as I can as about physics. And what that means to me is that speed of light would always be there, and the location of the data, and like the computation matters. So the more I shard the information, which ideally would be the stream, right? That would be my ultimate stream design. Yeah. What I want to do is to say, hey, multiple streams should not care where they are. Although it's nice if they live in the same event store, whatever, the system design around it don't care. I can, move them into a completely different database.
Yep.
And nothing happens. So that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, they're totally portable. They should be.
What I'm trying to chase is like at that point, it's like, okay, what's left? Like.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good for auctions because you can start to you can prime certain servers as you're getting to the last minute of an auction. And this is a really good example of like, oh man, okay, this cluster is getting a little too busy. I'm going to start to copy the streams for these ones. Maybe this is where I have a tie-off point, such as, well, this is a good opportunity to also do something like closing the books. And I'm going to have a seed event that's going to give us the highest bid, the IDs of the bidders. I'm going to use that as a seed event on the next one, so I don't have to worry about migrating all the events off this server right now. I know where it lives, and if anything needs to look at them, they can go to that, and maybe there'll be a cleanup process to consolidate those and shove them off to, you know, a global lookup database of all events, right? So you definitely have this staggering of storage across active auctions, nearing end auctions, and then your accounting system, which is going to have all of them eventually anyway, and that's fine for eventual consistency. You're going to have, you know, all of these things reported on at the end of the month, etc. Right? Okay,
Yeah,
if you don't,
so-
okay, first of all, yeah, don't use disk. Then you have a problem if you don't use disk about accountability of what happened. So yes and no, Pilot Bob. You can do just in memory, but that's eventually will need to be on disk. I don't think you can get away with without something like disk to in the end. Eventually, anyway.
Yeah.
I do get it. Like, yeah, you want these operations in memory, but like, what happens when the plug is pulled, and something got, you know, you really need to worry about that. There is, yeah, of course, these servers have battery backups and all that, but it could be a crash. Like, there could be just the machine is crashing or something else, or someone kills a process for whatever reason. You have to have, you know, why I default to on disk is because that is when things are coming back up, that is all you're left with. And that is 99% of your reliability there.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like, I mean, some of these like whatever consensus protocol, like, you know, like share that distributed or like replicate will help, but I don't care about that part, like disk versus like memory. Sure, I get it. They're gonna make some decisions.
I would do both. I would do like memory with a trailing writer to disk, and you have a good scheme for what happens when a process is killed, whether that's a
right
power being pulled or
that's why I care right now to figure out, okay, let me remove this notion of global anything to the point that, you know, like
yeah.
and I'm curious to see like what happened at the system design, and I'm curious to see what components I need to compensate for what was there before. But those components already understand eventual consistency, already understand time is a component, is built in, and like you take it for like it's something that is part of your domain all the time. Same with the persistent secretions that they have in the event store. I don't know how they do it. I think they have a bunch of events there to like, you know, have a process manager, but like I want to remove it as well and go back to like the most basic things and maybe use Rust. I don't know. At that point, like why would I use event store? I just not sure. But like that's where I'm at today. Like and what I'm like curious about and trying to do. So if you have people in the event store that are cool talking about this stuff and have no like emotional attachment to
I don't think you need to talk to anyone doing event sourcing about this. This is a problem for I mean, you end up with event sourcing like implementations because you need the audit trail. The only way that you scale systems like this is through Ledger, storing things on Ledger. So it really doesn't matter. You're going to be able to find any number of people that are going to say, like, what is the last thing that we got from one of the bidders? That action has to be written down. That is event sourcing. Like, you don't have to use the word event sourcing. You don't have to talk about event store. Heck, you don't have to talk about Raft or consensus. You're going to find compare and swap stuff from years and years ago on distributed systems. So this is nothing new, right? This type of scalability problem for, you talk to the people that worked at eBay in the early days. Like, they have solved this with none of these concepts already. But they fit perfectly well with event sourcing, which is awesome, which tells you that if you treat all systems with event sourcing by default, you're never going to have a problem when you have to scale things up. You're already working at the atomic level of state transitions.
And then that's exactly where I want to give out to the like global sequence or anything, because that takes my string consistent and somewhat make it like globally consistent with all the stuff. Like I know it's not precise like that, but like it bothers me.
Yeah,
because
I
I know
always look
that at
at,
some
like,
point
okay, what are the largest sort of deployments of software that's scaled like to a crazy level? Obviously, Git is a good example for showing, how do you have resilience in this database of code changes that can have, it can be tracked in a distributed manner, and push and pulls work really well. It's just files, and it's just this hash algorithm that makes the pointers point to something real because you have hash on the content you're pointing to, and all this kind of stuff. Like, those are really good concepts that can be applied to, and we have other concepts like this compare and swap and all these things that we can rely on to do this, and it fits perfectly well. I really want to see an event model of how this scenario of killing a node just before the auction ends, how this works, right? Like, you're stuck with 2 nodes left. How are they going to ensure that not a single bid got lost because you had enough, redundancy, even at the network level where you split off the commands heading off to do these things? There will be some network delays. That command will hit one of those nodes sooner than the same command hits one of the other nodes. How do you reconcile that? Is the difference in delivery time very different than the delivery of individual bids from the other people that are bidding, right? The competitor for that. Do we have to worry about this interleaving of the copies of the 2 bids across these nodes? What happens then, right? You already kind of said it. Like, we kind of answered that already by saying that the remaining 2 nodes, you have a convention that says the leader is the one with the highest IP or something, right? Or whatever, some arbitrary thing. You certainly don't want to add any more protocol. There's no time to make these 2 nodes shake hands at that point, right? So those are interesting things. And how do you report that to the user? Because remember, they probably have a bot that's looking at the refreshed current bid on their screen. That is what the user thinks the last current highest bid is. And the company's going to have to resolve or reconcile, just like with a financial system. Like, when these systems are like examined by the SEC or something like that, you have to prove to the second that this person got, their price, their stock at the price they wanted, and legally you're bound to give them that for that amount. So what happens in an audit of what happened by the millisecond on this bid for this rare piece of art? Are you on the hook to be sued for keeping a system that rejected the bid by the owner, by the rightful owner now, right? Because their request didn't go through. Right. Those are the interesting questions. So you're going to have to show the permutation of minimum 2 bidders. Oh, this stream ended.
I'm here.
Oh, you stopped sharing, right?
Yeah, I stopped sharing.
Okay. Well, that was a good share. Oh. Thanks, man.
No, thank you. Like, yeah, like I knew I was doing something fun, but probably wrong. Like Pilot Bob says, like, this sounds like premature optimization, but
Nice.
I don't know. I took it to like I'm curious. Like if time comes, like that's a habit I have. Like sometimes I go into a rabbit hole, not because professionally I would do that, but it's more like okay, let me
You got
make
to
sure that I
scratch an itch.
understand the
You got to know that
yeah
this will work, right? Yeah.
unknowns. Yeah. Like I want to know the unknowns good enough for me to say, okay, I don't need this. I can move on. But if time comes, like I need to react in no time professionally. There's no like, oh, it depends of like, well, maybe I cannot. Like, okay, I already know, right?
Yeah.
And this was a solution come up with. Okay, if shit hits the fan, I need to react my ass off. Like I cannot do anything else, brother. Like this is it. Like after this, like a storage problem. Like there's no domain. There's nothing. It's like it is what it is. I cannot go any faster. This is
Yeah.
like compare and swap slowness. I mean, to some extent, like not precisely, but like that's why I got into this rabbit hole. Of, okay, what do I do?
Oh, it's a good
And
rabbit
once that
hole. And I mean,
problem,
I went down that back in 2008, which is how I discovered all the work by Leslie Lamport, right? That did all the different Paxos implementations for doing this consensus kind of set of algorithms. He never really wrote a white paper on it, but he published a lot of these studies on how do you get all these nodes to coordinate when you're trying to scale writing so much information at the same time, right? And this is exactly what you're dealing with here. You have to scale this distributed system, which is, this probably triplicate nodes. And, how are you going to do that? And I'm sure there's like a solved way of doing this. Like you could probably ask, if I go to Chat GPT here, let me do my Chat GPT. Let's get out of full screen here. Where's my Chat GPT? And I'm going to use like the 4.0 thing that they have. Where do we have it? We got
the one who do
the new one, right? So if we go to like 4.0 preview, oh no, it's not really preview anymore.
01, I think it is.
It's the 01, right? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so give me a code example, C# example, or just C example. C example of highly performant, accurate, and fault tolerant bid auction bid system that will
It's gonna give you Erlang.
no downtime using
it's gonna give you Erlang.
3 nodes. I said C.
It's a joke.
It better not.
You're describing Erlang,
Yeah. Right? We can start to play with these.
Wait, zoom in. I cannot see it.
Really? You can't see this?
I don't see anything.
I was hoping that the resolution would be good in 4K, but I guess not.
Press command plus. Oh wait, it's Linux.
I thought I had zoom in here. They used to have zoom in here as a setting.
All right, Pilot Bob. Happy to have you around, man. Thank you for sticking out.
What's that?
Sticking around. Pilot Bob is like he's out. Like, thank you for sticking around and having fun over here.
Oh, enjoy your bike shedding. Oh yeah, we Pilot Bob. Yeah, we're gonna do that at some point. So I forgot. I already scheduled this with Yordis. So yes, Pilot Bob. We will do the C# version in Kestrel and some low level stuff for my project. So yes, I should have made that known that we were gonna talk. Yeah. Okay. Weird. I don't have a zoom in. Maybe they just added as a control plus here now. Does it work?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
I used to have. I feel bad now because this used to be able to zoom in. Settings. Is it in here?
Wait, is that Windows? No, that's Linux. Why that looks so much like Windows?
I don't know. It's I'm using a Rambox thing for some tabs. It's like a container for websites because I hate the way some of the memory explodes and with certain things, so I keep it in Rambox, which keeps it behaving properly. So it gets you a whole bunch of other things you kind of want to
share the link to that chat. I'm curious to see
which chat
you got up there.
Oh, this one here? Yeah, I'll do it.
All right. Well, Adam, that was really helpful, man. Thank you so much for backstabbing with me and figure out.
Always.
Yeah. All right. Snapchat would be. I think you're right. Let's keep it simple, and I'm concerned about something that is not a big deal. But at least now I know that I'm not that crazy. All right.
No, you're going through the same thing, right? You definitely will land on Leslie Lamport's stuff when you're going down this rabbit hole. I would be surprised if you didn't. Yeah. Definitely Martin Kleppmann's stuff as well. You'll definitely land on that.
If
all
you
the
have these people from
CRDTs, and he wrote the databases book, right? O'Reilly databases book. So it's a good one. Do you have his book?
This one?
Is that Martin Kleppmann?
Kaufman.
No, not that one.
This guy?
I don't think it's that one.
This is Morgan.
Yeah, no. Kaufman. It's Martin Kleppmann. Let me find it for you.
Yeah, this one I've been trying to read it, but damn, I had to read 2 pages and go back and what the fuck did I just read? Yeah.
Hold on, I'll find it. That's it. Where's the book? There it is. Oh yeah, designing data intensive applications. But he had another one. Didn't he have another book? I think that's the one I'm talking about.
I do have that one.
Do you have this one?
No. That one I have.
Okay.
Yeah. It's over here somewhere.
Yeah.
No. That one I have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do have that one, but I think that's for the theoretical side and really nice stuff. It's really good. But this book that I show you about databases, that one goes into freaking too much detail.
Well, don't forget that the top books on LeanPub, if you click on books, this one's still there.
Oh yeah. Nice.
Right?
Nice.
This is the part. I think what we're talking about could be part of the missing chapters edition, right? So we'll probably have chapters about this later on. So if you buy the LeanPub book, Martin adds the chapters about once a month. So within the next year, something like this is definitely going to come up. And if you share your event model of this auction thing, which is a perfect example for these accountability issues, scalability issues, and everything else that you have to worry about when you're doing that. Yeah. So
there is another use case, by the way, that I would love the book to have, which is about shrinking the stream. and the cashier example that I forgot his name came up with.
The cashier example, you mean the one where you have cross entity?
Yeah, so basically one stream would keep the current cashier, will be one stream would keep the who's the current cashier work or whatever, something like that, and then move it to another stream once that person is done. I need to find it. It's in the event store somewhere.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, that example. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. Check this one real quick. This is one of those where it's so priceless and so like critical that I would try probably to get it in from the domain perspective because it's interesting.
Okay, explain it to me.
Yeah, the way Oscar did it is interesting. So basically, like you have the cashier registry, right? And the shift start, the and
yeah. So you have the idea of a till. Cashiers carry their own tills.
Yeah, so you have the cashier registry, right? And then the shift start ends, and every time the shift ends, he move the events into another stream and then shrink it down to when the shift start. So basically, the cashier shift have for a short period of time two cashier shift in it, but then it shrinks down again, and then it grows and shrinks, growth and shrinks.
Well, so are you talking about combining individual cashiers' shifts? Because this is the way a regular store works. Every time if you go to a grocery store and someone's changing their shift, they bring their own register with them because they're responsible for the money that's in the till.
Yeah, so, check the link I share with you because I may be doing like a really bad what do I deserve? I will be making like a suboptimal.
Modeling is hard. Well, no, I don't find modeling hard. I think it's easier than coding. So cashier register, payment registered, shift finished, shift started, cashier. Okay. Yeah, this is talking about having a different aggregate for, instead of having transactions or orders, you have the cashier shift being the thing that does that.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that he moved like the events out and then.
But why would you don't need to move any events out? That's ridiculous.
Because he truncates Astrid.
But why would you need to truncate anything? Just start using a different stream. What's the need for truncating a stream?
There is only one consistency that is like the current cashier shift going on.
Yeah.
So it's like that is always like consistent. So that's why he keeps it in the same stream, I guess.
Yeah, because that is a bottleneck, is the cashier actually doing the work. So, okay, that is a perfect place for an aggregate to exist if you're thinking of aggregates or a stream. So I think what I'm getting at is shift opened. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to understand what the problem is that is being solved here. Close cashier shift. Sure. I don't know why you would want. Okay, there's shift closed. These are. I don't know if you need all this. This is like going against some of the event sourcing things of repeating information in here. And I don't know why you would need a ledger approach if there is no issue with performance. So this is superfluous information in this because, okay, sure, shift number is required. Cashier register, sure, or cash register ID, fine. Declared overage amount, shortage amount. Okay, maybe if they count the actual money, so they can say that I lost some pennies or whatever by giving the wrong amount to someone. Overage amount, shortage amount, okay, those I guess could be one number that's either negative or positive. It could be the delta. This is a calculated number, which is wrong, unless there's some other reason to have these as separate things. I don't know. I wouldn't do it this way. First of all, from some of the events in here, unless I'm not reading the whole thing.
Yeah, maybe take
and then union types. Okay, this is getting into like way too much implementation detail. Why am I using a form of inheritance to show what type it is? This should be a cashier shift and maybe have a status property that says what type it is. I don't know what the advantage of this is. It's going down the rabbit hole of inheritance for some reason.
No, it's just like discrimination union for like having a type system, like a type for the events and commands, and that's the reason behind.
Sure, okay. Anyway, I would probably appreciate you telling me the reason this is important, because I want to know why this is important to you.
I mean, for me, it was like interesting where you have a long running stream that you can just truncate, like move the previous event, then truncate it. I guess something similar would be a kind of balance, I guess. I
really don't see why. I hate,
Mm-hmm.
First of all, it has a suggestion that you would rewrite the event stream, which I don't like. A ledger is there to be as evidence of what happened. So anytime that I see a shrinking of a stream or something like that, I immediately ask why. You don't want to do that by default, right?
That was the only concern I had when I saw it. It's like, whoa, now my social truth and
yeah, I mean, to me, this looks like a projection.
Like the reliability of it. Yeah,
I would see this as a projection of like, here's a history entry in a table of things that happened before. Go look at that. This is not events anymore. It's not the source of truth anymore. It's some other projection of what happened. So yeah, I don't know. And
I can see that.
Yeah, so I don't know how old this is, but it's certainly not something I advise. Just asking for more proliferation of patterns and things like that. Oh yeah, 2021. Okay, so we weren't even talking really about all this stuff that much by then. This is a better guide. Keep it simple. 2 patterns. Start a new stream if you're in doubt. Don't change your event stream. Don't get into crazy new features that Event Store or some other database technology is luring you with. Keep it simple.
How do you deal with the atomic, like finishing one stream and starting the next one? I guess like you could just put like yet another stream in front of those two, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you could easily say, we could make that we could show that in real code. I mean, we could use our current project here with the Open Spaces conference thing. We can make up a fictitious example of where we want to, start something. I have that problem in this domain because we have the ability to only run one Open Spaces event at a time. We use the same system, so we kind of close a stream for the current conference and we open up another stream for the next conference.
And how you do it?
Right?
And what was it like? How are you doing it precisely?
I don't really care about it right now. It's that easy. So, I mean, if I put it in here so we can see the whole thing, the idea that, once, shoot, where did it go? There it is. Once we are done with an event and people have used, they created a schedule and the event's finished, it all centers around creating these IDs for a new conference. So basically, any new conference is just hanging off of, a new ID that gets created here. and people that attend just scan a new QR code to start to suggest topics for that next instance of a conference. So if I have one in like January, then they have another one in May, I can reuse the system, and every time I do, I just show a new QR code to the people that are attending, and all their actions get associated with that next conference. So all the actions that happened with the previous conference aren't there. I mean, I could choose to have them, like if I want to make some autocomplete stuff and auto suggestions for topics to kind of list what what topics were talked about in previous conferences. Maybe that's a feature that can be added, but that's easily solved by just a read model that collects all of these things from previous times. But anyway. Yeah, I mean, the closing of the books is pretty natural.
I'm gonna let you go for now.
I'm gonna go too. We've been on for like 2 hours, and I'm gonna try and get some time with Pilot Bob. He wants to do Kestrel implementation of this. Maybe I'll throw him a bone here. And
what is Kestrel?
Kestrel is like it's like Node, but for .NET. It's just a small, tiny little web server that you can run on the command line and like listen to port 300, and it takes web requests.
Like Fidel Castro, that's what happened in the heck.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me see if I can. .NET web server Kestrel. I think it's Kestrel. Was it with C? I forget. Kestrel web server. There it is. So yeah, there's some C# code here. Sorry, I'm keeping things too tiny for you to read. Here, can you read that? Right. So I'll run it on Linux because you got .NET on Linux just fine now. And there's, yeah. So then endpoints, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, well, have fun over there. Seriously, thank you so much, Adam, for like helping me here to rub a dog and check my stupidity.
I'm gonna probably clean up this stuff offline, but maybe if someone wants to look at the .NET stuff, I'm gonna just quickly make another. Oh, this is design. I changed some stuff in design. CD minus. Okay, I didn't do anything there. Okay. Just add. I don't know what I did here. I can change some stuff by accident. I'm worried that I'm gonna like miss out something important that I changed in here. But anyway, all right, Eurydice. Thanks, man. Good to see you as always. Let's let me know how it goes.
All right, man. Thank you so much.
All right.
Bye.
See ya. Have a good evening. Bye. All right, that was fun. Hopefully people learned stuff. And sorry, Pilot Bob. I feel bad because I forgot to tell you that Eurydice was going to jump on today. And I also promised you some Kestrel stuff. So now I feel guilty. Let's commit this in case I change something. Updated EM with something. Not sure what. Okay, just push that up and then go back to our implementation. And yeah, why not do the .NET stuff? I know that's going to come up all the time. We want to do Python, we want to do .NET, we want to do JavaScript. Kind of want to have an implementation for everything. This also is something that Martin's doing with the coursework for the book. So the book that I was showing you here, this is going to have an entire course that Martin's working on. So a lot of examples and problems to work through for each chapter. That'll be really good. And then we'll also be doing that for just event modeling for the certification stuff that's coming up. As soon as it's done, I'll let you know. But yeah, you'll also have exercises for event modeling, and that's this notation technique here, and that we were kind of getting at. So yeah, let's implement this processor in Kestrel on .NET instead of Node. all of you JavaScript haters will be very happy to see something else pop up here. And yeah, these streams are getting long, which is fun. I mean, that's good. I'm loving the fact that people are interested in this. So again, good stream about scalability today. So let's just make another folder. Make dir, or do we need to make another directory? I mean, honestly, I can just plunk this down right next to it. We could do app.cs. I guess what's going to happen is that I guess our AI is going to get confused. It's going to see C# next to JS, but let's see what happens. I'm actually curious. So we want to do this same thing that we have here. Oops, escape. Let's go all the way to the top here. So Kestrel gives you the same thing as Node, kind of like this kind of setup, you know, that you have here, but for .NET, where's Express and all that, right? So, and I had one where I made a mustache syntax for C#, I think 2-3 years ago when we went to COVID and we were doing the meetups online. So meetups are kind of gone. I think people just go online and do this kind of stuff. Really good to have guys like Yurtis jump on and do stuff. And then the majority of the time, just watch me code. ASMR, you can sleep next to this. Listen to Adam code and talk. It's so boring that it'll help you sleep. So anyway. Let's see the .NET stuff now. All right. I want to make an app.cs using Kestrel. Oh, sorry. I need to do this with the code base. I don't know. Okay. Blah, 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 and see if it does that. Okay, builder, blah, blah, blah. It looks... I don't want the event store. Why is it doing this event store? Oh, Razor pages. Okay, that's cool. Port 3002. Same as that. Okay, so I'm going to run one or the other. Very neat. Okay, so let's apply this. Program.cs. I wanted app.cs. I didn't want this program.cs. Eventstore.cs. Oh, that's kind of cool that it's getting this controllers and all that. I actually want one file again. I don't want that to be Kestrel use one file like we did for the JS app. I don't want to be jumping around to a lot of places. If we're going to be learning stuff, just shove it in one file. We can jump around there to see what's going on. I don't want to be explaining a whole solution structure just to explain the simple concepts. Okay, good. Here's a C# equivalent. Very, very cool. Okay, it's very cool. And it's doing some explanations, but it's got a record. I forgot. Okay, so new C# has this record stuff, which is nice. So you don't have to do like property bags or I guess it's a struct equivalent now. Anyway, I'm not familiar with the latest C# syntax, but hey, we'll learn together. Very cool. App.cs, apply app.cs, and it creates an app.cs. Let's accept it. And then, okay, so we have that, but then we don't have Kestrel installed. Okay, so I need to install the environment. Okay. Install .NET on Linux. I'm kind of worried about what it's going to do here. What is it? Okay. Let's try this. This is very brave. Ruined my machine for you guys. Installing C# and .NET stuff on my beautiful Linux machine. Cool. That was very fast. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, it downloaded this deb thing, which I want to remove later. Okay. All right. One second here. All right, back. So we got that, and then we can remove this. Okay, so now we install SDK. So remove this packages deb, and now we do sudo apt get actually apt update. Why is it doing that? Oh, okay, because we want to install this SDK. So add okay, the package repository. So this deb actually just gives us our repository index addresses, I guess. I don't get it. Okay, so we'll do this. Why is this upgrade? Might as well upgrade. Fine. What is it wanting to upgrade? Chrome remote desktop. Okay, yeah, we did that before. Whatever. Okay, let's get this thing going. Hey, Sebastian, you're still you're still up. Awesome. Yeah. You stayed awake too long. Okay, well, we'll have to get together one of our my mornings so that you can join. It would be good to have you on a call to go through the stuff you've been doing with the event modeling for traditional systems. So, really? Okay. Sudo. So you'll be happy, Sebastian, that we're doing .NET now? Oh, it's 8. SDK 8. I guess Microsoft did a good job of making the installation process a lot easier. It was such a pain in the ass last time. I remember having to go to their stupid site and find every little bit. Let's see if this works. Blah, blah, blah. After... Seems like we have .NET. Huh. Create a new test project. I don't want to make a whole test project. That would be awful. Let's just add a stupid program. Give me a new file. Program.cs. Hello world. That looks like C#. Cool. Run hello world. Really? Is that all it has to... That doesn't seem right. Why isn't it asking for program.cs? Huh? I thought I was in the... Oh, I'm in the design. I'm an idiot. Okay. That's better. Yeah, because there's nothing here. Okay, yeah. I forgot I was still in the design. Really? Program CS, it's right there. What's it talking about? Couldn't find a project to run. Does it need a project? Do I need to make a new project? That's ridiculous. Oh, I forgot .NET has that stupid project stuff still. I thought on the command line at least I'd be able to escape that nonsense. But I guess not. .NET CS. Okay, so .NET new console. What did it do? Oh yeah, all this garbage. Oh man, nightmares returning. App CS, this, that, the other, object, etc. Okay, well, I don't want to run that one. I want to, okay. You can exclude it from the project by editing your C. I don't want to do that. Can I avoid using the proj files? I forgot how to do this. Okay. Yeah, let's do that script version. Is that a capital? No, it's lowercase. So I have okay, there we go. .NET tool install .NET script. Just ruining my system here with .NET stuff. What? Or do I... That sounds good. So yeah, Sebastian actually did this on Kestrel 2 years ago. So there should be some streams from 2 years ago, 3 years ago, where you can find me using Kestrel. And I even wrote my own template for the HTML because I wanted to keep it small. What the hell? Why is this causing issues? Warning, source file, blah, 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 program CS, specified multiple times, already contains definition of program. Oh, app CS. Why is it looking at app CS? And it's got 2 programs now. Console write line. Console write line. Okay. I guess I'll get rid of this one. Where did that come from, though? When did I cure it? Okay, gotta pay attention. Run. That's why this program CS. Oh my god. .NET script. .NET run program CS. Okay, I want to only run I don't need a project. Keep it as simple as possible. Ignore the ignore app.cs. Well, at least the AI is helping a lot more these days. I mean, I hated scouring the internet for this stuff. So let's see. What is it saying? Okay. CSI, program CS. You can run a single C# file without a project using that. No build. Okay, what is CSI? .NET CSI. All these weird little things popping up that I don't know. You misspelled a built-in soda. See, that does not exist. Or it told me, okay, so let's try the second one. .NET run program CS, no build. You can as a hello. Really? Is this what's throwing things off? It's too stupid to say that, hey, I'm giving you run just this CS, but it's looking at the app.cs. Really dumb. Okay, so fine. Let's move this so it doesn't... Fine, backs instead of back. Boo. Oh, it works. The CIS commands interpret sessions, which is different from any. Okay, good. .NET run. Okay. So is that the problem? If I move this back and there's another CS file there, it's going to get confused. Yeah, it gets confused. Okay. Can I make .NET run ignore the other CS file? Yeah, this is just crap. Okay, but anyway, it is installed. So I guess with without the app CS there, it works. So I'll just get rid of the program CS and try and run. Okay, it's missing a bunch of assemblies, so obviously we're going to have to do that. Manually editing your CS or running add package Microsoft, whatever. Sure, let's run that guy. Oh my god. I forgot how heavy these things were. Okay. Whatever. What did it do? Did it do anything? Doesn't seem like it did anything. Is this like way too complicated, this app CS? I wanted a very simple. Okay, it's got these events and stuff. I really wanted a simple ASP.NET Core. I want Kestrel. This is too. What is Kestrel? I want to use Kestrel instead. Okay. Is that all I needed? What are the errors? Variable port is declared before. Oh, really? Of course I do, don't I? And why is this? Oh, there's an apply. Okay, good. I probably should upgrade cursor too. Probably a good idea to do that. Oh, my God. This is actually pretty bad. .NET is not very good for... I didn't have this many problems with Node. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna just delete this. I want to build this from scratch. Program CS, delete, I don't want that. App CS, sure, whatever. Get rid of this garbage. Control A, delete. Simplest Kestrel sample app. Why am I not tab completing? Not even there. Okay. Can I run this? Wow. What is the matter with this thing? Oh, is it doing that hot reload crap? Fine. Oh no. Yay, hello world. Content root path, give me this local host. Hello world, awesome. Okay, so step 1 done. Now we just need to do... So that's good. Favicon, sure, whatever. Problems for favicon. Add mustache HTML page as actually nope. I want to do this with code base so it sees the other mustache things in there. That's doing way too much. Okay. Why is it giving me this extra CSS? Was there a CSS? Yeah, I don't want no CSS. Oh no, it's using the class defined in room thing. Okay, it's yeah, that's not what I wanted. I wanted the add a mustache HTML page to be served by app.cs. Nope, and I want it to be with the code base. Okay, so maybe that's what I was missing. I have to add mustache support view engine. So okay, ASP.NET Kestrel stuff. Is Kestrel being used here? So this web application create builder. This is Kestrel. I don't see. There's Razor pages. Rooms. I don't want to create a new mustache template for rooms. I want rooms to be... Okay, I'm going to get... Okay, I'm going to say something else. Use rooms.mustache. Stub out some sample data to feed the view. Yeah, this looks better. Okay, that's what I want. Apply that. Yes, and then see if we get the same effect here. Nope. Why? Stubble. The fuck did I do? What is stubble? Stubble core builders? What is stubble core builders? Okay. Sure. I don't want this stubble. Is stubble a thing? The hell is stubble? Is that for like mustache? Stubble? I get it. That's funny. Okay. I guess we need to install that. It's another NuGet package, I guess, or something like that. Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay, let's add the stubble. Funny name. So it should work now. No. Mustache view engine. So, okay, so... Okay. Apply, please. Thank you. Bit by bit. I hate these warnings. Can I get rid of this stupid warning? Package reference to is not necessary when targeting through. Okay. A package reference to Microsoft. Use the results view engine view instead. Or inject the iRender view and use it. Let's try that. That looks good. That looks good. I want to get rid of those stupid warnings after if it works. But it's not going to work. Why? Oh, okay. How many stupid things are we installing? Okay, I want to use stubble. Sounds funny. I did that. Did I not run this already? This is getting ridiculous to run a simple view engine. Okay, how big has this gotten for a simple page? What is all this? This is ridiculous. Not fun. Oops. And it still doesn't work. What is this crap? Type declaration, task, render view. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Alright, let's keep going. Let's see if we can actually get this stupid thing to work. And then see if we can pare it down to be smaller. Yeah, I already did that. Nope, it's absolutely not building this. Let's get rid of some of these other things that might be throwing it off. Package reference to Microsoft Facebook, not necessary in targeting this. Okay. Stupid proj. So we don't need to include so this garbage has to go away. Editing a proj CS proj file by hand. Fun. Remember these nightmares? Oh yeah, that's not good. Liar. Get way more errors. Can I actually get this garbage fixed? Man, oh man. Okay. That's what I did. And then look what happens. Yeah, stupid Twitch is just a source of spam these days. Gotta ban another person. Anyway, if you guys want to be admins, help me like ban spam bots. That'd be great. Yeah. Garbage, garbage, garbage. What do you say to that? Smartass AI. Okay, even further changes. Add this. Do we not have that? Oh, we don't have a using stubble? Okay. No, stubble. Stubble. Okay. All right. We did it. It works. At least for now. Yay! Look at that. Although, that's odd. It should have... why is it not referencing the CSS correctly? Probably more shenanigans here. Okay, so we have public... sorry about this. So public styles CSS, mustache, rooms mustache. It has this link. Okay. Why is it not finding public /CSS files? Oh, it has a www root. Can't I configure public dot to be www root? Oh, it has styles, so it has to be public. Okay, so it would be public map, blah, blah, blah. So it has a use. So it has this garbage, and then it can do app.use static files, new static files options, sure. And then we have file. Oh my god, this is really physical file provider, path, get current directory, public request. And we want that to be blank, so it looks into public there. Would that be enough? Really? Okay. can't say that I miss .NET that much. All right, good. So we got that resolved. All right, so yeah. Sebastian, you're probably asleep now. It's like 4 a.m. your time, 2 a.m. 8 hours? 8 hours difference? Yes, 2 a.m. You have kids, go to sleep. So I guess I'm okay with this stuff for now. I can't believe that the stubble viewer thing requires so much, which is surprising, but all right. I guess we have our rooms view, so now we can try to grab the rooms. Do we have rooms? Event stream. We have just these things here. What I should do is create some fake events. And I guess I want to have fake events for testing each slice. So this room state view is actually I wanted to do this for the other stack anyway. So this actually makes sense for both. So let's add fake data directory, new folder. Actually, you know what, before we do that, I want to commit this because we actually got .NET running. So Pilot Bob's going to be happy. Let's see what we have. Git status. We have a bunch of crap here. Bin and obj doesn't. Okay, now I have to add that crap to our ignore file. Fine. So I don't want to type all that. Let's have AI type all that. Add bin and obj. There's to git ignore. Why is it taking forever? And why do I have so many fish things here? Oh, I know. That's why, because we use that stupid thing to run it as a separate thing. So all of these things. Okay, so now we have one only. Clear status. Add bin and obj. There's to git ignore. Why is it not doing that? Did I like destroy my tokens for cursor AI? That's interesting. Well, fine, I'll do it myself. Bin slash star obj slash star. Or do I just need that? I guess either works. That's fine. Okay, let's commit this. Added a sample of .NET implementation. Okay, so you guys can see it if you want. I will tease these apart into their own branches. I promised to do that today, but we're having fun doing other things. Had a good discussion with Eurydice. So that's up there for those that want to work along with this, we are in that repo, so clone it if you want and follow along. Again, this is all in this book, so you should probably go to LeanPub and get that book if you haven't yet. Examples there are provided in Kotlin, another language, but they're all transferable to what you're seeing here. So, okay, next task at hand is to provide fake data. So we want to use this rooms state view as a guinea pig. So let's do, and of course, the test runner is going to be interesting. I want to do the same thing I did with JavaScript in the test runner and have the same structure. So that'll be an interesting thing. It's another issue here. This .NET structure of having this stupid CSproj file, is that going to be a problem by creating, maybe we should create a project for tests, and then we have to have it as a separate file. The nice thing about the node thing was that I could dump everything into one. So running this application allowed me to kind of run both the tests or the app. So let's see if we can bend .NET to do the same thing. I kind of doubt that it will work. But first of all, let's make sure that we have some fake data here so that we can test this thing. Okay, I want to bash script to clear the event store, which actually would be easy. It's just to remove an RM event stream like that to keep it clean. But I want to do something like this and do something like add. Actually, we could just copy, right? So we could just copy, if we have it all set up in a directory, fake events, and in there we could have something like state view dash add rooms or rooms or something, right? So this should add fake events so that we can actually see the whole thing work to show that page and what rooms are set up for this conference. So we'll enter that, and of course it's going to give me oh, that's interesting. How come that okay, do I have to do this for this multi-line thing to work? Okay, that's odd. So this thing usually works, but I think you need to use the word and do something like this. That's odd. Why is fish giving me these problems? Okay, fish is usually pretty good, but I think, yeah, oh, because I don't have anything there. Okay, so let's just touch event stream. Oh, I don't have event stream even. Okay, the make dir event stream. Okay, the file exists, so we have event stream, but we don't have anything in there. So touch. Oh, event stream. There we go. Okay, so we have that, but this should work, right? Yes. Good. So that works. So event stream contents gets nuked. All right. So fake events. Let's create fake events for this. This whole thing should allow it to understand what's needed. Let's see. This is where AI takes over. Fake events. New folder. Fake events. And in fake events, we want fake events for state view rooms. Okay, and now we can add something here. Get rid of that. Add fake events for adding and removing rooms. So we can test this state view. Okay, let's do that. And then of course we can chain these together to make all sorts of different scenarios. Although we do have a global ordering in there, so it's going to be interesting. We're going to have to rename them potentially to change the order so it makes sense. See what it comes up with. What? No, I don't want code. Okay, it almost got it, but it didn't. Have to be told what to do. Don't make any new code. Add JSON files to fake events /sv rooms. This will be these I will copy to event stream when I need to test the app. Oops, I need to always press with code base or control enter. I keep hitting enter. Anyway, let's keep going. So Sebastian was on until very late. That's funny. Okay. Well, thank you for sticking around so long. For so long. Good. So 00, room added, room renamed. Okay, cool. It kind of did all this. I want to, will it apply all of them? Or just one at a time? I wish it would add all of them. I guess I should if I hit this, will it apply these other ones? I forgot to upgrade cursor. Okay, so I have to do it one at a time. Boo. And I can't tell which is which here. This is not good. That's the original one. This is the new one. Okay, so the interface kind of sucks for this, but whatever. And now I have 3 of them. So they have, I guess the top one is the one I take. Apply. Yep, that looks like the correct one. And then apply this one. That looks like the top one. Apply fake events. Okay, so, all right. And then I guess, I don't know if we got the timestamps to be different. That's 04, 03. I guess every minute. That's cool. Sure. Sure. Okay, so it's got all of them. I forgot what else did I close here? App. Okay, we have both the C# and the JS implementation. Okay. So now we have fake events, and if we do that, no matches. Okay, can the RM not care about if it matches or not? Do I need to do a -f? Ugh, okay. I guess I can do that. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, if I'm running this straight out of a Git clone, then it probably won't have the event stream in there. So I should make dir -p event stream. And then it's gonna still barf on that, isn't it? Yeah. So I'm guessing the better thing to do is not to do this, but to RMRF this guy. Or do I just need RM? It's a directory, so it has to have a -r. And I should put it in before that, of course. And I said why I don't want to have this as part of the code. Or if I do, I don't want it to be referencing the same name. Just in case someone runs this in production. That'd be bad. So yeah, you wouldn't want to destroy the live stuff. So make dir -p event stream. Event stream. Okay. Really? Fake events, CP. Okay, yeah, of course. Where do I want to put them? I want to, of course, I want to take all of these and I'm going to put them into the event stream. Yes, there they are. So now if I run the application, come on, was it that long ago? Really? Really? Okay, .NET run. Oh, stupid. I didn't change the code. Okay, first of all, let's see if we wrecked anything. No, still showing me these fake things. That's good. Yeah, and it's giving me, okay, so it's working. Okay. So now, this will be the first implementation that we have here. So, okay. Let's bet that this thing will work if we ask AI to do it. Make rooms, get the rooms from the events like the JS implementation does. Ooh, scary. Give some context. And with Codebase Go, let's see what happens. So it should, oh wow, that was instantaneous. That's crazy. Actually, okay, so this is my JS stuff, state view. Oh, it does give me a state view. Beautiful, look at that. So there's your C# of doing that. But it needs to add all the stupid classes and all that for things to work. And link. Yay. Okay, fun. Memories. Okay, let's accept this. It's got a lot of stuff now. I would be very impressed if this works right off the bat. Nope, of course not. Private, not listed. Como campus rich. What does that mean? App CS35. What is it complaining about? What is it? Private static. Okay, get rid of the private part. Top level statements proceed teams. 72.1. What is it worried about? So some declaration thing. Oh, this is just private. Again. I don't care about private. Top level statements must precede namespace declarations. 72. So something, okay, so basically I am wanting to find an event, but the event is somewhere else. Yeah, I think that's the problem. So does this has to be below the neck? No, this has to be up there. Why is 72 an issue? Okay. Oh, we need all the interfaces and shit going up there. Yeah, right, all this stuff. Okay. Move stuff, please. Okay, so put all this up here. All the types before we get any code. Yeah, I remember this stuff. Okay, good. Let's see if that fixed it all. Doesn't seem like it did. Top level statements must precede namespace and type declarations. Okay, I thought we fixed that. Oh, modifier private. Is this the issue? 72 again? 72, what? It's looking at the wrong... Oh, this thing's probably... Yeah, this needs to go up there, right? This is another declaration of a function that is being called later. Yeah, and this enumerable function also needs to be up at the top before we use any of them. Okay. Nope. Top level statements must precede. So there's still some ordering business. What do I have that's not defined first? Okay, so it has this task string render view static async interface. Okay, that has it here, stubble renderer. Okay, that's fine. Task, combine, file, whatever. Okay, now we have event. This doesn't have any types. Room state view is using event. This is using event and it's get events. Are we using get events somewhere here? No, we're using get events later. Groan. I guess this is where I would basically require a C# thing, right? So might as well update cursor after this is done. Oh, okay, so that's it. And what does it do? What does this extension do? The debugger included is proprietary. Okay, whatever. I thought this is a debugger. I don't care about the debugger. Does this thing give me any more feedback as to like where are the errors? Why is it not running? What is it adding? It's very odd. Okay, so we have fake events, and we have the actual events here. So this is good. Now, oh wow. Okay, now it's doing stuff. So we can remove these extra things. Okay, finally we're getting some stuff getting like unhighlighted. So kind of what I'm used to. Okay, and it doesn't need to do those. Okay, interesting. So there's a battle of the AI versus what you actually need. Oh, now we have an issue. Top level fix in composer, fix in chat. Okay, this is better. I wish it told me what it needs to do, right? Accept. Okay. Sure. And why is this giving me an issue? That's much better. So adding that stupid C# thing actually did jolt this into action. So we're getting that. Okay, so what did it do now here? Okay, it put programs. Okay, very strange. Why is that partial? I guess, oh, partials, God. It's to be web pages that had partials. Okay, so... Okay, that's output. We want terminal. Can we run this? We got other issues here. Possible null reference argument and item list. I really want to fix this up so there's none of these warnings and crap in here. So I think it's underlined. So there we go. Fix in composer. Blah, blah, blah. Yes. If event, blah, blah, blah. But why would it need to be? Switch on event type. Oh, that's if the room name is not null. Okay, whatever. Can I just make this add room name? Is there like an or whatever? What's the default thing here? Yeah, that's what I want. This garbage stuff. Yes, that's much faster. I don't want to have a whole bunch of crappy... Any more of these ridiculous things? Polluting all this stuff with extra if statements. Okay, I guess I have these stupid reference things now. If I want. Okay. Let's see if that got rid of all my warnings. It did. Okay, hooray. Now can we actually have this work? Nope. No such luck. Why is it not getting any of these? It didn't, okay, so we got the rooms here. History, aggregate, let's just see if we can get these, if this is actually running. Console right line. No, it's got nothing here. Okay, so that's an issue. So we're getting an issue with the serialization. So that's just let's see what we get here out of these guys. So JSON. What are we actually getting here? Huh. Okay, so I can copy this and it should fix it. So let's go here and paste this and submit it with the code. Oh, it's Composer. I don't want Composer. Do I want Composer for this? I don't want... No. That's not right. That is not right. I don't want the fake events. Ignore the fake events. Use what's in event stream. They will be the same. Okay, now I'm curious. Path combined fake. No. Nope. Just open up one of these. And then where do we have the code to deserialize this? Map rooms. Type. Okay, so we have this type, old room, new name. Okay, this is event. This is wrong. We don't have just one event. We have garbage implementation that does not know how to do event sourcing. Okay. Make the added, renamed, added, deleted. Make the added, renamed, and deleted events for rooms instead of the event type event class. because we didn't define any classes in the JS thing. We didn't have to, but for .NET to work, we need classes, unfortunately. So let's make sure it does that, because that is the problem. I should have just read. Okay, good, perfect. So we have that room event. We don't want a room event. We want a generic event. So we want class. Yeah, we just want event. And then that is correct. That is correct. We just want this as event. And that is then correct. And then this is event. And that is correct. And then this is event. That is correct. Case event. Yeah, this looks good. We're actually looking at comparing the types, which is exactly what we want. Yes, we want that. Accept all, I think. So we have a generic event, and we have room added, room renamed, room name. Okay, that should be what we have there. Good, good, good. What is the problem here? Oh, right. Room event just has the event. Composer. Whoa, what is it doing? Will that work? That's pretty nifty. Okay. I like that. That seems good. Yeah, we want that changed. Okay, JSON derived type. Do we need these? Oh, I guess. Okay. So I haven't used this composer thing. I don't know if I need to. Let's rerun it. No, of course not. Derived type attribute. Okay, that looks good. Can I actually console log? That's console log. What is it? Console.write? Console. App run. Class program. Weird. Why does it have to have a partial class program? Why does it need to have this class program? Okay, I'm not going to bother. Someone can answer to me why we have that. Hey, so we're doing a conversion or just an implementation of one of the slices in our JavaScript Node application to run it in .NET, because we have some people that like .NET or work in .NET, so we're just doing that. Yeah, if you want to follow along, you can look at the event modeling repo. I should probably have that going along the bottom so people can get the code out of there. I am seeing C#. Yeah. We're just trying out C#, and it seems to be kind of verbose so far for what's going on. This seems to work now. Let's just see if we're getting the rooms. Can't do that. Okay. So we get another error, a runtime error, more fun. So it's all serialization crap. Wow. Let's see what happens here. Don't like this. I'm hoping that Sebastian or someone else gets a pull request on this to just fix up this stuff. Why is this taking forever? I should stop and just update cursor. Okay. Sure. I remember that. More errors. I think it's all of them, right? All of them need to have that parameter. Yeah, I think we need all of them to have that. That's odd that we are doing this type thing. I don't think we need this type thing. Because this should get populated from here. Well, I shouldn't have to have that in here, right? I don't know. I think this is getting confused with because of the JS. Yeah, it's getting confused because of the JS implementation. It wants to throw that in, I think. Okay, come on. It takes so long to run. This is a pretty beefy machine too. Still getting an issue. Okay, where is that? Room state view 91. Line 91. Really? New list string from history. And what is history? History is this interval of whatever. And we get events. So we cannot do this. And we deserialize all of these things. Edit console write line out. Data at each step. See if that works. Accept. And why is this causing issues? Okay. Okay, it finished deserializing events, but I want to see what the hell that was. No. Finish deserializing. I want to JSON this stuff. Should be able to serialize and deserialize these stupid things, so. Event store, get files length. Okay, so it did get 5 files. Ordered by file name. Sure. Red file. Okay, so it's actually causing an issue here. Because it said it read this file, and that's where it crashed. So... and it's got the content. So let's run that and see what the content is. Just to see that it did it. And yeah, so it's got the proper content. Now, why is it not serializing properly? Okay, because it probably doesn't have the right names and stuff like that. Why is this causing an issue? Fix that, please. Whoa, that's quite a lot of changes potentially here. Okay. Why is that a problem? Whatever, sure. Yeah. Okay. Lots of warnings here. Okay, so it's got the event timestamp. If we look at one of these files, we have time, room name, timestamp. So see this room underscore name. Yeah, there's a problem here. It's got a we have to get these yeah, here we need to have an attribute. So okay, so what we need to do, get rid of composer. Let's chat about this app CS. Add attributes to event classes, event class properties to match the fields on disk, match the types to events. So okay, that's a problem here because we can extract the type from the name. Yeah, so this is a problem because yeah, JavaScript's a little bit more forgiving and we don't have to have a intermediate class because of dynamic language. So what we need to do is get rid of when we're deserializing this. Okay, so that's fine. This is good code, but when we have the deserializer, we need to okay, ordered files, blah blah blah. And then here we need to do yeah, this serialization has to be done in a better way. Get the type from the file name. Control Z. From the file name 000 dash name dash or type dash, and then we have like I think we put in sample data in here so we could know auditorium CS. Yeah. So we have that underscore event. And then other data, other stuff.json. Oh, I like it. Other stuff. Okay. That should do it. I think so. Okay, and now we can map That's right. That's what we needed. This is what we needed. We needed to get the type from the file name and actually deserialize the proper thing. Okay. Now this, I'm not faulting it for getting this wrong because we didn't have to do that on the JavaScript side. So yeah, the deserialization is kind of the complexity. Oh, great. Type arguments method cannot be inferred from the usage. Try specific types. Okay, so what is it saying? I want to know that it's infer the types. Where's my select? Oh, here. Oh, I see. String and all that. Okay, that makes sense. Sort of. All right, so let's see if this makes sense now. String and event. Okay, the switch statement's kind of weird. I don't remember this. But I like this. And then, so I think in the deserializing here, we need to also... These things don't make sense for the actual field names. So I need renamed event. Let's look at that. Old name. Okay, so I need to have this in here. Old name. We need an attribute to say, there we go. That's what we needed. Thank you. Yes. All right. Yes. Yes. And we can't do that for the actual event because, yeah, so we have this, okay, so I have these things. I mean, I guess it's the convention in this language. We don't want to have funky, weird other types of things. I don't know what this is. Collection illustration can be simplified. Can it? I don't care. Okay. Possible null reference. I don't like this null reference thing. Okay, so things are running, but I hate these warnings piling up on everything. Okay, what's our first warning here? Warning, warning, warning. This. What is this? Possible index of deleted event room name. Sure. That's the first one. This is a blue one that's some simplification. Okay, so I think that's okay, but what does it want to do with this? Why can this be simplified? Fine. What is it going to say? Oh, I see. New list string. Okay, fine. I keep forgetting about this. And now of course, this is going to have a problem, isn't it? Okay. Yes, it's going to do that. Fine. Did that change something? Okay, so we basically get our stupid 2 array back. Ugh. God, I don't miss this. Still gonna give me a... Okay, good. We got rid of everything. Okay, did we solve the serialization issue finally? Yes, we did. Main hull NCS, whatever. Beautiful. Okay, so we have these. Okay, nice. I'll leave these stupid console writes in there just for fun. But we did get the serialization finished, so let's see what we can push up for people to see. So I think Sebastian's going to be happy because now we have an implementation in .NET and Node for this slice. So let's see. So we got the VS Code crap here for whatever. I don't know what that is now. We have fake events, which should work also for if we're setting up stuff to test in JavaScript, right? It's the same thing. So that's the beauty of this thing. So let's add the fake events. That we got those to work first because they are actually in there. I should see if the node application works. Everything still works for node. We haven't broken anything. And if we run the node and we look at the rooms, we still have the same. Look at that. Same thing as in .NET. Beautiful. Under the same URL. Wow. We are awesome. Okay, so if we use... So it's using... The reason I wanted to do that, just to double check that our events, the events in our... the fake events that we put into event stream are satisfying both serializations on either side, and they do. So that's perfect. Let's add them. Git add fake events. Right. Git commit. Oops. Git commit. Fake events. Testing rooms state view. Okay, let's push that up and get status. And then we have the app, which is all we need. Do we need, what's in VS Code? What the hell did it add? Probably added launch JSON and tasks JSON. That's probably the garbage for the debugger that I added, that plugin. I'm not even sure if that was necessary, but I'm not gonna commit this. This is our implementation in CS stuff. Okay, good. That all went. It is a lot of code, isn't it? But we do have one thing working in here already. So yeah, we need, I can't believe you have to do this. That's crazy for just getting static files. And then map get, yeah, that's fine. Oh, good. This is like, did we get rid of the program thing finally? Oh no, partial class program. So I guess we don't need the word program. I kind of want to make it less code if possible, so I will get rid of that. Any other garbage like that? What is this? Use primary constructor. Maybe we could talk to Sebastian, others that work in .NET every day for this. I'm surprised this, how does this timestamp work? Did this actually work? Timestamp, what do we have? Type, event type. Yeah, I kind of want this to still have these things in here. How are we, is this even relevant? This derived type to have this room added and all that? How is it? It's not even in any of these. It's just embedded in the name somewhere. This type just exists here and it's lowercase type, lowercase, and timestamps lowercase. So we did that. Yeah, I guess. Still confused about why this is needed, but whatever. Old name, new name, room name. Yep, that looks good. Case, room added event. Renamed event. It's weird. I haven't seen this syntax before. Okay. And this is weird that it keeps going back to that. Maybe there's a better way to do it. And all of this, of course, can probably... I'm not even sure if there's some way to instrument the JSON serialization to pull out the type from here to put some of this logic into some weird conversion for the types. But anyway. Okay, well, I think that's good enough. I just want to see if this still works. I removed that one line of code there. We're not getting any weirdness anymore. Okay, so okay, we did. Why is this causing issues? Oh. Really? Why is it no longer responding to this? On 5,000? How did that get changed from... Where do we have that? Okay, this is interesting. Did we get rid of the... Did something suggest a change to the localhost 5000? I thought we had the... How do we get rid of that? App build, use static files, map get run, app.port. Where's the port? Give me the port. Port 5000. Give me the port. Oh, okay. So we want the same port as the other one. And we want it to be 3002, I think, is what we had. Is that what we do? Fix in Composer. Really? That's the way to do it? Something's off here. Yep, still works. Good. Next thing that we need to do this map get thing, I want to app dot paths or URLs for each. Is that what's gonna do it? Okay, that's one thing that I like about C# better than JavaScript, is that it knows that like you don't need this stuff, right? It just is this the syntax that it just goes and says right line for each of these? Like that's, I like that. It does a lot of that for you, which is really good. So let's see if that works. It didn't actually do anything because it got stuck on that. So, okay. So we need to move this up and run it again. Okay, so let's write all the URLs that we're listening to here. Why is it not getting to that? Console write line. Listening on. And then, okay, so it's listening on and okay, so it's not getting all the maps. App.maps. Get, no. URLs. Write out all the URLs we mapped with map get. Oh wow. Endpoints, map endpoints. Oh, that is just horrible. Okay, well, screw that. No, I'm not doing that. What is this? 1 of 2. 2 of 2. Oh, yeah. I don't want this. Go away. Can I make this go away? So this doesn't work. It was nicer in Node. Okay, so things work. I just wanted to see if I could do that last one here. And yep, that's good. I want to delete the .vscode, rim-rf.vscode. Don't want that. And then see if it still runs. Seems to run. Yep, getting all of these serialized events. Good. Oops, Control S. Status, we have that. Get diff. Right, we just did that. We added this. That's odd. Okay. I don't know when we lost the port on this application, but it's all good. Let's add a, oops, yeah, status, we have just that. C# implementation for rooms state view works now. Okay. So, yeah, if people want to comment on that, I'm going to basically tease all this apart into separate things. But that's it for today. Very long stream. Thanks to Yordis for stopping by, talking about some really very interesting things about scaling this, and especially with these real-time auctions where you have milliseconds difference, and you need to be able to take all the bids in as they're flying in and spread that across a number of servers, and talk about compare and swap, and all those fun problems. Again, 4 hours, I think that's good enough for a Saturday. I'll maybe come back tomorrow morning, do a little bit more of what I wanted to do. Maybe I'll just clean up some of the code offline and come back to this with some better branches that are more organized. So yeah, until tomorrow, have a good night. Thanks for joining me, and I'll see you again next time.